Hello, everyone. This is going to be the second part of our meditation upon the symbolism and narrative implications of demon souls. I would have to say that later in this blog, we're going to review some unfamiliar, somewhat maybe even unheard of theories regarding the story, as well as some particular meanings in the game that perhaps many who have played the game have never heard of them. And for those who have not played the game, it's not really necessary, as I've said in the first blog. For our purposes, our main purpose is simply to understand the symbolism in the media, the philosophy behind it, the implications of the narrative, how it affects us. It isn't really necessary to go through the trouble of buying this. There are plenty of Let's Plays on YouTube that you can watch. You can, as well as many lore and theory videos, but many of them, they have nothing to do with symbolism. Nothing at all. And they won't really review anything having to do with magic, alchemy, philosophy. To some degree, they do review things having to do with philosophy and religion. They do very little symbolic study. So, whether or not you've played the game, you can benefit from this. I do know most people don't have a PlayStation 3. Of course you can still buy them, but they're not in production anymore, as far as I know. And this is an older game. But of course, there is the PS5 remake of Demon Souls, which I'm not particularly a fan of, so to speak. The aesthetic is different. I'll just say that. And I think some of the things, as far as art and aesthetic direction in the original Demon Souls, is more true to the original purpose of the creation of the game. So this is one reason why all of the pictures in these two Demon Souls blogs they're from the first game, basically. I don't particularly think that the PS5 remake really it loses some symbolic meaning. And here I'm just trying to basically review as much symbolism as I can. So, without further ado, let's begin. And here in part 2, we're going to investigate more fully the parallelisms regarding Urbain and Freke, a philosophy called Monism, which you may or may not be aware of. Monism is quite significant in our culture and all over the world. We're also going to cover some connections to Elden Ring, Dark Souls, some philosophical and religious concepts present in the narrative is, among other things. Many individuals may think, how can everything be religious? Religion and philosophy are synonyms. And worldview is also a synonym that is roughly equivalent. Whether we call it religion, ideology, philosophy, worldview, all of these things, through the use of abstract diction, are the same. If we go in the dictionary, in particular, a variety of dictionaries, we'll find that philosophy, religion, they mean the same thing for the most part. A religion, vaguely defined, can be something as simple as a belief. So there's many religious aspects of our media. Many individuals are not aware of this, but this is in fact a reality. We're going to discover that more fully as we continue to review narratives and symbolism as we continue through the series of meditations on media. Saint Urbain and Sage Freke are representing two different ideologies or religions, in a sense, in an abstract sense. The former favors the order of God, and the latter believes that the potential of mankind must be channeled into demonhood regardless of the human sacrifices needed for the transformation. This is very interesting because if you've played the game or if you haven't played the game, Sage Freke believes a demon is a higher form, is a higher being than man. We see this throughout many anime, especially in video games, and for whatever reason, we see this a lot in Japanese media. Many individuals are unaware of this. I can only think of some on the top of my head, so to speak, Inuyasha, and many other different types of anime, manga, and video games which promote being demonic or having demonic power as being something that is preferred. We have that in Western culture as well. However, I would have to say, if you look at Japanese media, it seems more pronounced. It truly does. Some would say, well, the idea of demonhood, of being a demon, is not present in Eastern religion, East Asian culture, or even Indian culture, but this is not true. They too have an understanding of evil spirits and good spirits. Whether we believe that their dichotomy is accurate or not, they do have an understanding of spirits that are malicious and spirits that are beneficial. Now, me as well as my fellow Christians who are in the audience, we ourselves, this is a key component of our religion. However, we must acknowledge Japanese people, Chinese people, Korean people, they have cultures where they do believe in demons. Whether you call them yokai, oni, and other names such as Yoma, alright? Evil spirits, supernatural beings, that have power, that can influence the lives of human beings. This type of culture is present all over the world, but in manga, they promote what we would call demonhood, and that is a roughly equivalent word for what we're talking about. In Demon Souls, it's very pronounced that Sage Freke truly does think that this is the demonhood is the next stage of human evolution. It's something to keep in mind as we review more in this blog. But there's a connection between Sage Freke. As we stated in part 1, Sage Freke is on the left side of the Nexus. Urbain is on the right side of the Nexus. They seem to be their respective authorities in terms of the arts or disciplines, philosophies, or religions that they are involved with. Everyone on the right side of the Nexus are people of faith or common folk. Folks who, for the most part, are not bothered, it would seem, one way or the other with what both groups are doing, such as Baldwin, Stockpile Thomas. Baldwin and Stockpile Thomas, for the most part, are just common, ordinary folk. They're not really involved with Saint Urbain's congregation or the small group of magicians on the left side, as we reviewed in part 1. But we could very well say these are two worldviews. If you don't want to call them religions, if you feel uncomfortable with assigning that word especially to Freke, he has a great deal of respect in the community, so to speak, the Demon Souls community, which the Demon Souls, or rather the Fromsoft community, we will talk about, because it's almost impossible to talk about the meaning of these games without talking about some of the wider held beliefs in the community. Quite honestly. So we're going to review some of that too. But these people, Sage Freke and Saint Urbain, represent two different things. So the presence, as we know, of the Talisman of Beasts indicates a religion in which the Old One was worshipped as God is. If Urbain, that is to say Urbanus, is a city dweller, it would make us wonder, what is the opposite of a city dweller? We know Saint Urbain has a name that means city dweller, and that's quite significant, because it's very interesting. He's dressed in fine clothes. He is an individual who has a great deal of authority and respect amongst his peers, and we can see this. For whatever reason, he decided to travel to Boletaria. It would seem to be for the purification of demon souls, which we will perhaps talk about in a future blog, about the implications of purifying demon souls. But narratively, I would have to say he does represent, as we know, the right-hand path, white magic. We could say it as simply as this, but there's many ways to describe the roles they play. Saint Urbain basically represents the right-hand path of white magic. that which is considered to be the right-hand path. Sage Freke represents the black magic path, the left-hand path. So the presence of that talisman indicates a religion in which God is not worshipped, but the old one is worshipped. So we're going to ask ourselves the question, Urbain's name has to mean something in comparison to something. And obviously that something is a country dweller. Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary, a country dweller is described as a pagan. The etymology of the word origin, the root of the word is pagus, country district, country dweller. And that has the connotation, has the definition of being a heathen, especially a follower of a polytheistic religion as in ancient Rome. So pagan means country dweller, Urbain means city dweller. And interestingly enough, Freke's name comes from the word frith, meaning wood, woodland. As I understand it, when Christianity became a religion of the state, the pagans, the worshippers of the Roman gods, and you had the imperial cult, the worship of the emperor, these pagans were driven to the countrysides. Their practice of magic, their rituals, their sacrifices of animals and so forth, their worship was driven to the countryside. They became known as pagans. Historically, this is what they were known as. So, I would say that Freke's name has the significance of being connected to Urbain's name in that woodland. Obviously, the pagans went to the woodlands. So, both names are significant. Both names are connected. Both names describe a parallelism in the game, in the story, in the narrative. So that is very interesting. And it does explain something to us who, those of us who've played the game have probably wondered. They seem as though they're so opposed. This is the symbolism behind it would seem. Alright. Let's learn more about the term pagan. Paganism, contemporary earth-based spiritual traditions and paths blending elements of pre-Christian, Christian, and non-Christian religions. Nature-worshipping religion. Pantheistic or polytheistic, as defined by the Pagan Federation. Alright. So this is from the Encyclopedia of Witches, Witchcraft and Wicca, 3rd edition by Rosemary Ellen Guiley. Alright. Pagan is a Latin term meaning country dweller. In the early days of Christianity, which was largely a religion of cities, pagan was applied to those who adhered to their old religious beliefs. As the Christian church grew in strength and eradicated and absorbed old religions and rival sects, pagan became a derogatory term. It implied that one was unsophisticated and uneducated and worshipped false gods. Of course, when they talk about absorbed, they're talking about the Catholic Church. Many gods and many deities and spirits that were worshipped, as we know, it is no secret, became Catholic saints. This is not an element of apostolic Christianity that was prevalent after the death of Jesus Christ in the early periods of Christianity. before the rule of Constantine. So there was a great deal of change, and many of those pagan religions did become part of the Catholic, of the Roman Church. So this comes from the Encyclopedia of Witches, Witchcraft, and Wicca 3rd edition, once again. An earth-based religion. The talisman of beasts is an object of worship depicting the force Pharaoh Chaos, that is to say, the Old One. An old religion dedicated to the Old One, I would say, represents paganism in this narrative. We see it's opposed. It's opposed to the religion of Urbain. It's opposed to the religion of any character in Demon Souls that believes in God. There's an opposition. And perhaps some would say it's a stretch to say, but as far as I'm concerned, with the symbolism, with the names of Urbain and Freke, it's just simply too obvious. Once again, this is not this particular type of review, this particular type of analysis is not for the layperson, or, well, that seems sort of more, how should I put this? This is not for the person who simply wants to know in-game lore. I know a lot of people who play the game may disagree, but this is regarding symbolism. There is symbolism between Urbain and Freke that is so significant, and not just Urbain and Freke, but many other elements of the game where it's quite obvious. The worship of God in Demon Souls represents Christianity. It so obviously does. And this is something that is a method in media. If you've played D&D, they have their own little Christian equivalents, Dungeons and Dragons and other RPGs like Black Desert. If you've played the game by Pearl Abyss, probably one of the best looking MMORPGs, then you know they have their own little mock, faux, fake archetype of Christianity. And it's very interesting. The Talisman of Beasts is a wooden talisman. It's a very old talisman. The old one is made of wood. The Talisman of God is made of metal, which is interesting because that shows a further disparity, or rather parallelism and difference between those two things. It's very interesting. So the old one, as we can see, it's a huge, massive, bizarre, funnel-like entity covered in trees, roots, and vegetation of a colossal size. It's almost like a strange type of worm creature. It desires to assimilate all souls within itself in primal chaos. It's literally called in the description of the Talisman of Beasts a force of Pharaoh Chaos. It has some degree of personhood. In part 1 of the series, we reviewed old beliefs about chaos being the origin of all matter. Chaos is a concept that you can find in many religions. It's used, quite honestly, in a great deal of video games in very strange ways that we will understand as we go through this blog, in what way they use chaos and what they are trying to portray to us when they use the concepts of chaos. In this, especially in this game, there's a very specific use for it. Now, this concept can be found in the Christian Bible. In the beginning, God created the earth and created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And God moved upon the face of the waters. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 2. So we have to understand that some claim that the dark formless matter is chaos, out of which the Lord created order and all physical matter, working the primordial matter into distinct things. The old one is called Pharaoh-Chaos and is said to be mistaken for God in the Talisman of Beasts description. So here is the Demon Souls intro. It's very interesting, but you can see the format. The format is it's similar in a sense of the biblical creation story, simply due to the way this is narrated. The narration and the script here is very interesting. On the first day, man was granted a soul, and with it clarity. On the second day, upon earth was planted an irrevocable poison, a soul-devouring demon. Demon Souls intro. This is very interesting. If you play Dark Souls, at the beginning of the game they have a similar strange type of creation story that is even more like a creation, like the biblical creation story and other creation stories, which is very, very interesting. It consolidates this idea of a religion being portrayed in these Fromsoft games. Not so much Elden Ring, but basically Demon Souls and Dark Souls, their intro was very significant. Some would say Dark Souls and Demon Souls, well, not necessarily Demon Souls, but the first Dark Souls intro was the best opening cinematic that Fromsoft had ever really produced. Even now, many people were disappointed by Elden Ring's intro. Of course, that has other implications, but Demon Souls was where this whole concept of saying on the first day, man was granted soul. In Dark Souls, it's, man found light, and the age of gray, the age of ancients, and different things such as this. They give us a creation story. But the interesting thing about Demon Souls that I think is incredibly interesting is that the origin story that they've given is not at all detailed. It isn't at all detailed. The narrator simply mentions 2 days. 2, if you don't understand this, 2 is the number of division. Maybe you don't understand numerology. Maybe this is a new concept to you. Every number has a meaning, especially 1 through 9. 1 through 9 are very significant. Most numerology can be properly understood with a knowledge of numbers 1 through 9. Now, the number 2, we have come to the spiritual significance of the number 2. We have seen that 1, excuse me, so sorry, excludes all differences, or all difference, and denotes that which is sovereign. But 2 affirms that there is a difference. There is another, while 1 affirms that there is not another. This difference may be for good or for evil. A thing may differ from evil and be good, or it may differ from good and be evil. Hence the number 2 takes a twofold coloring, according to the context. It is the first number by which we can divide, and therefore divide another, and therefore, in all its uses, we may trace this fundamental idea of division or difference. Page 92, Number in Scripture, Its Supernatural Design and Spiritual Significance by E.W. Bullinger. 4th edition. Alright, very good book. And of course, it's good to keep in mind this is biblical numerology. Now, why are we using biblical numerology? Because the story, for one thing, seems very biblical, and biblical numerology, which is or is similar to Kabbalistic numerology, is probably the most popular. As we go through this series, we're going to, in all likelihood, use different forms of numerology, but we'll be using the most popular the most, and that's biblical numerology. These types of, and numerology for the most part, most definitions, most meanings of different numbers overlap. Whether we talk about numerology in Japan or the Bible or China, most meanings overlap. Most meanings are universal. Not all. For some cultures, there's different connotations, like 4 in Japan and China. But we're going to use a lot of numerology. So there's an obvious division presented in the intro. We have 2 days. We have 2 different concepts, 2 different things presented to us. The soul and the demon. That's what we have presented to us. We have God bestowing man with life and clarity, a soul. And then we have, well, they don't necessarily say it's God per se. But as you go through the game, it is King Allant basically says it's God. I'm sorry for those people. If you do not expect spoilers, if you haven't played or gotten to a certain point, that's too bad. There's going to be spoilers in all of my videos and blogs. So, in case no one knew that already, there's going to be. This is purely academic. This is purely educational. We're using the medium as a means to educate ourselves. So, if you want, please play the game first. And anyhow, it's God basically is revealed to have made both the soul and the demon in this narrative. So the soul represents life and thought and clarity, and the demon devours it. The demon eats life. The demon eats mankind. The demon destroys anything living and devours souls. So that is the division. With one day the soul is created. Second day the demon is created. So they're giving us a division. Whether you want to call that a division of good and evil, soul and demon, it's a division. It's a dichotomy that they've given us. So the soul is the immaterial essence or whole personhood of an individual. As we have reviewed in the first part of this blog series, it is synonymous with spirit. Spirit and soul can basically be defined as the same thing for the most part. Soul and spirit are very abstract words. They have very vague definitions. So, as we had touched upon earlier, who sent this old one, or rather who planted the irrevocable poison, the narrative, up until King Allant tells us that God had basically created the Old One and that somehow it was some type of gift. It was a good thing. We don't really know much about that. And of course, we could disbelieve all of it and decide, well, each character has their own opinion about it, about the Old One and how the Old One came into being. But it makes us wonder, what does Freke mean when he states the following? And heaven forbid the day you find out what their so-called God really is. Freke Demon Souls. We already learned in part 1 that what he is referring to is hinted at in Talisman of Beasts. An old wooden amulet featuring a symbolic depiction of the Old One can be used to cast both miracles and magic. What was considered a depiction of God was in fact an image of the Old One, portrayed as a force of feral chaos. So that is the non-duality. You can do with that talisman both good and evil. If you talk to Saint Urbain, he says, well, or not Saint Urbain, I believe it was the disciple of God. He said, well, miracles are of God, and we know, I and my fellow Christians, we know, as Christians, we associate miracles with God. Well, that's exactly what the disciple of God said. If you have played it, you know. He says that miracles are of God, but sorcery, or the soul arts, basically magic, is of the demons. The Old One is non-dualistic. You can do both good and evil. You can carry this talisman of worship, and you can do miracles, you can do spells. You can do miracles of God and spells of demons without any problem. That's exactly how the talisman works. So it shows that the power is non-dual. It's the same. So how do we get this talisman? We have to kill Scurver, or we have to receive it from a woman named Mephistopheles for assassinating Astraea. Now this is Scurver. He's a treasure hunter. Right here, this man in the chainmail, his little long sword. Right. He has a interesting name, and he does use the Talisman of Beast if you fight him, which is interesting. He only uses fire spells, which makes sense. It's a fire area. So, I mean, I suppose there's not much symbolism having to do with that. But who knows? We can always investigate. He has an interesting name from Proto-Germanic skiros. Skur, bright, shining, clear, pure. Ver, Old Norse. Origin and history from Proto-Germanic Whereas, or Veraz, or from Proto-Indo-European Viros or Viros. I suppose the V might have been used in the Germanic languages. I can't say. When I see a W, I usually pronounce it with a W. I know that, in German especially, they don't use the W. But anyhow, meaning warrior, man. And there's something that is significant about the name in connection to another thing that we will review later. Scurver, along with Freke, is taking advantage of the current state of Boletaria. Oh, you, demons. Sorry, friend, I have no interest. I love Boletaria for what she is. A place of odd wonders, strange faces, wielding strange trinkets, hiding in strange places. I'm beginning to think Boletaria is better off now than it used to be. Ha ha ha. Don't tell anyone I said that. I could get myself in the bother if I'm not careful. So, this is what he says. There is no explanation as to why Skurver has such a talisman. Skurver he's an archaeologist in a sense. Not in official capacity, but basically from what he says and from what he does and where we find him in the ancient mines with the dragon bones, and the fact that he's trying to find an ancient artifact called the Dragon Bone Smasher, it seems as though this is what he does. He's very interested in finding these old artifacts and relics that normally wouldn't be found out, in more open places, so to speak. So it's not too surprising that he has the old Talisman of Beasts that depicts the old one from this, what we would assume to be ancient religion of worship of the old one. Now, the more significant character, I would say, who has it, as most of us who've played the game know, is Mephistopheles. Now, Mephistopheles belongs to an occult society called the Order of the Soul. Her and her assassin Yurt, they come to Boletaria to kill anyone who has a soul. Any sane, that is to say, any sane individual, any sane human. She uses the spell Soul Sucker to steal souls. And she gives us the Talisman of Beasts if we murder Ostrava, who she refers to. She is the only person in this game who knows Ostrava's real name. Ariona Alant. Soul Sucker and Soul Thirst are the most demon-like spells in the game. The description reads, spell from the demon maiden in black soul sucks the soul of whoever it touches. The maiden in black, who aids the demon slayers with her command of soul power, was once one of the oldest and most dangerous demons herself, Soul Sucker. Her name, so it's very interesting because her and her organization, they're very interested in the soul, and the soul in Demon Souls is basically sanity. It's your mind. And if you've played Dark Souls, any Dark Souls game, you know that sanity, mind, and soul are connected. It's no different in Demon Souls. Her name, Mephistopheles, is a name of Satan. It's a male name. That's very interesting. Mephistopheles variations. The Destroyer, Mephisto, Mephistophiel, Mephistophilis, Mephistophilis. It's very, oh goodness, this Latin. So it's Mephistopheles, the demon. Mephistopheles is purely a fictional creation by the anonymous author of Fosterbook, published in 1587, and has ever since been associated as the devil. The name has its roots in Greek and Hebrew and means destroyer, liar, or he who loves not the light. Although this demon is the fictional creation of an author, it did not stop medieval scholars and demonologists from adding him to their hierarchies. Medieval literature says that this fictional demon is one of the princes of hell, one of the fallen angels, and formerly of the Order of Archangels, who now stands under the planet Jupiter. His personal adversary is Zadkiel, Righteousness of God. The name, that's the meaning of the name. An equally fictitious enthroned angel. This comes from Encyclopedia of Demons and World Religions and Cultures by Teresa Bain. Right. So this is Ostrava of Boletaria. But anyhow, the name of Mephistopheles basically means the devil. So she says, I want you to kill Prince Ariana Alant. He goes by the pseudonym Ostrava. No reason for pause now, is there? So this is the most interesting assassination that she hires us for. We learn the most from this assassination because she is the only one who knows his real name. Interestingly enough, his real name is a girl's name. Ostrava has a girl's name. I've never heard anyone in the Demon Souls community talk about the fact that Ostrava, his real name Ariana, is a girl's name. This is not, and you can see, you can research yourself. You can do your own research, and you can look for the name Ariana. There isn't a boy. This is not a boy's name. This is a girl's name. There's a few different roots for it. It's a popular Hindi name. And it's very strange that he has that name. But I do think it's intentional. I do think there's intentional symbolism behind this. So we're going to review both names. He's the son of the king of Boletaria, King Alant. They don't tell us his father's name. They don't tell us his father's name. They simply refer to the father as King Alant. So Ostrava his name comes from a river. So this river got its name from Ostravis, which divides the town into Moravian and Silesian parts. The root of the word Ostrava, Ostri, means sharply, quickly, swiftly flowing river. So this is from a website about the city of the history of the city of Ostrava. Right. Ariana is a Hindi name. The meaning of Ariana is bringer of life. Ariana is in top trending baby girls names list. Ariana. So it means bringer of life. This is for girls. I've never heard anyone who talked about Demon Souls talk about the fact that his name is a girl's name. There are certain parallelisms, as well as an inversion of gender being presented here in regard to Mephistopheles and Ariana. So let us review the interplay of these concepts. Mephistopheles is a male name for Satan, and Ariana is a female name for bringer of life. And they're both of these names are contrary to the gender of the individuals involved, which is quite interesting. It's a flip. It's a reversal. In that sense, which, if you think about it, the people who were the writers, who were the developers, they had to know this. This is quite symbolic of something. So, in this game, two concepts have dominant representation and important narrative value. We know those being souls and demons as things opposed to one another. A soul is associated with life, and the demon is associated with death. Mephistopheles gives us the Talisman of Beasts after a successful assassination of Ariona, or rather, that is to say, Ostrava. So she says, well, very smooth work, almost merciless. Here is your reward. Be thankful for it. Normally, it would never find its way into your impure hands. So, by this dialogue, we now know Mephistopheles, she believes that this talisman is a holy talisman. She thinks that your hands, you're not a worshiper, you're not part of their organization, you're impure, you're unworthy to carry the Talisman of Beasts. What does the Talisman of Beasts depict? As we know, the Talisman of Beasts depicts the Old One. So, the Old One is associated with chaos. They call it in-game feral chaos, but which is very strange, like wild chaos. So chaos is often associated with inversion, reversal, and its synonym, confusion. Hence, there's gender inversion of their names. So Mephistopheles is a masculine name. Ariona is a feminine name. That are given to these two characters, which are, their name is opposite to their gender. This is interesting. And of course I know that according to some people, gender is a subjective, invented concept. But I disagree with that. I believe gender and sex are the same. If you believe otherwise, alright, you can call it sex then. If that makes some people who may take offense to my usage of the term gender, not everyone shares the opinion that gender is some type of inverted, or rather, that is to say, subjective concept. Some of us believe that gender is directly related to sex, the sex of the individual, male and female. But anyhow, if you're open-minded, you'll be able to understand me. Alright. So, that's not the only inversion between them. In a sense, you could consider the fact that Ariona and Ostrava have two different personalities. In that Mephistopheles is the bold one. She's the brave one. She's presented as very strong, very ruthless. Ostrava is presented as being very weak, very cowardly, even though he's in the full suit of armor. He's displayed as being a weak man, a person who cannot defend himself, a person who needs, in the game, you'll always be helping him. Every time you meet him, he will say, please help me. And basically, he needs help throughout the game. Whereas Mephistopheles, she is very different from Ostrava. So whether people like this fact or not, oftentimes men are considered to be, we as men are considered to be individuals who should have a certain degree of boldness, strength, and courage. And Ariona, who has a girl's name, does not present that. Meanwhile, we have Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles is very bold and very ruthless and very forward with us. She's the opposite of Ariona, that is to say, Ostrava. And that itself presents a type of difference or contrast between the two. She has a male's name. She's very bold. Unlike Ostrava, who has a female name, he acts very cowardly, very weak. So all we have to do to see this difference is in mettle, in courage, that is to say, is to review the dialogue. So here we meet Ostrava. He is in peril. He needs help. He's, help, help! Soul-starved soldiers are after me. In the name of all that is sacred, please open this gate. Oh Lord, hurry, please. They are almost upon me. And then we have Mephistopheles. So you've completed everything, eh? You're what they might call a miracle worker. Lastly, I must only kill you, and the secret of the souls shall be eternally safe. Now, at this point, after Mephistopheles says that she does attack us, she's far more brave than Ostrava is. So they provided a contrast there. They provided a parallelism there between male and female. Now, for those of us who have played Dark Souls 3, you have probably already recognized the similarity between Yuria from Dark Souls 3 and Mephistopheles, as well as, and this is something we're not going to discuss in this blog, but we may discuss it in the blog dedicated to Dark Souls. Ostrava and Henri also have a similarity, but we're not going to discuss that here. Yuria and Mephistopheles employ the player as an assassin. They both wear masks. They position themselves in the same way. They're both evil and represent. They basically represent inverted morality. If you compare their goals with the goals of the other characters, the other NPCs, and their understandings and what they believe in, they are at odds with just about every character in the game. They want things to happen that basically no character in the game wants, except them and their group. And there's a lot of commonality between characters in Demon Souls and Dark Souls in terms of motivation. But the motivations of Yuria and Mephistopheles are what I would call objectively evil. It's like an inverted morality, even in the sense of the game. Even if you just take the narrative, the standard of morality that is presented in the narrative, both characters represent inverted morality. Furthermore, they're both associated with serpents. And if you take in account the ring of the accursed, which is basically a ring shaped like a serpent that Mephistopheles possesses, you have even more of a connection to these two characters. So we have this ring, a thin gold serpent ring, draws the attacks of all enemies. Once used to mark criminals, the bearer of this ring was continuously pelted with stones and spat upon. So we have, as for Yuria in Dark Souls 3, she is aligned with Koth, a serpent from Dark Souls 1. She states as much during her death. Koth, I have failed thee. So serpents symbolize wisdom, evil, trickery, immortality, Satan, among other connotations, which are mostly negative. The Bible says that the serpent tempted Eve with godhood and convinced her to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. Genesis chapter 3, verse 1 through 5. All right. The serpent may be the key understanding to understanding the religion, the ideology, the worldview of both Mephistopheles and Uriah. So let us consider another view of the serpent. The serpent means different things to different cultures. A serpent to a Christian means a different thing to a Hindu. The Christian has a different opinion about the serpent. A Hindu has a different opinion about a serpent. A Satanist has a different opinion about a serpent. A Gnostic has a different opinion about the serpent. Some people perceive the serpent with positive connotations. Others, like myself as a Christian, we perceive the serpent as being something symbolically that is negative. And it's good to know these differences of opinion, of points of view. We can learn a great deal about symbolism simply by knowing opposing views, whether we agree with them or not. So, the serpent in a Gnostic sense, which is a religion that had begun even during the early period of Christianity, but was not apostolic Christianity. It was more of a deviation of the teachings of Jesus Christ, of Hebrew scripture, and many other things. A mixture of magic, philosophy, and the belief that salvation came not through the grace of God, but through knowledge. They believed that a person would not be saved by the grace of God, but basically secret knowledge, mysteries. So, let's see what they think about the serpent. For the Nazarenes and Ophite Gnostic sects, the Ouroboros was equated with the serpent in the Garden of Eden, a hero rather than the villain. The serpent helped Adam and Eve defy the demiurge, Jehovah. Demiurge is a name that is in Greek, meaning craftsman, that is used for the creator God, which they view as evil, and obtained the first gnosis, that is to say knowledge, by eating the fruit from the tree of knowledge. Later the serpent came to represent the guardian of the tree of life, and therefore the gatekeeper to immortality. From the Encyclopedia of Magic and Alchemy. Right. The Rosemary Ellen Guiley. The Ouroboros in Alchemy and Magic. In alchemy, the fundamental message of the Ouroboros is the changing of one thing into another and ultimately yielding all is one. It is a symbol for Mercurius and the union of opposites. In other words, Mercury. The Encyclopedia of Magic and Alchemy by Rosemary Ellen Guiley. So one could say that Gnosticism is the inverse of Christianity. They have the view that the creator, who they call Demiurge, from Greek demiurgos, craftsman, is evil, and that the serpent in Eden, that is to say, Satan, is a hero, champion, and a savior to mankind. For it is their belief that God kept man in the darkness of ignorance. Satan therefore plays a symbolic role, much as Prometheus does, when he gave mankind fire from heaven. Instead of guidance from God, their faith is placed in a beast who is believed to have counseled mankind in recognizing their own latent divinity. Those who practice Gnosticism believe, through the knowledge of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, they will become gods as well. Alright. The Ouroboros is a serpent that devours itself. It appears in a circular fashion, connecting it to cyclical change and the interrelation of all things. As we see, it's a circle. It's a serpent eating itself. Maybe you've seen this image before. It basically, in a Gnostic sense, represents the serpent in the Garden of Eden. So their religion is basically the same, in a sense. It is the inverse of the religion of God. For Mephistopheles, the old one, is basically God. And for Uriah, as Dark Souls 3 players may already know, she thinks undeath. That is to say, hollowing, which is a concept in Dark Souls. In other words, they're not really alive. They're in a state between life and death. They're like zombies, but they have consciousness. They can still think. So they're not quite dead and they're not quite alive. She thinks of that as being basically equivalent to life, as we the living think of it. So that's what she is a proponent of. That's what she promotes in Dark Souls 3. Which is what just about, the NPCs, basically all of the NPCs want to live and want to keep their human bodies. For her, she doesn't care if she's half dead and half alive. So there's an inverted value system with both of these characters. They're philosophically at odds with just about all of the characters in the games, in Demon Souls and Dark Souls respectively. Alright? So that's in comparison to what might be considered normal, respective to both fictional narratives and reality for that sense. We can safely say that the serpent can be associated philosophically with the old one, but especially so when the Ouroboros is taken into consideration. So one of the oldest alchemical texts created in Hellenistic Egypt and included in the 11th century Codex Marcianus contains an image of the Ouroboros. It symbolizes the underlying unity of the elusive prima materia. First matter is what it means, which exists in all matter and is simultaneously the beginning and goal of the great work, alchemical work. It is the philosopher's stone, the vehicle for obtaining immortality, and it also represents the cyclical nature of the alchemical work, which is the union of male and female principles, their destruction, resurrection, and reunification. The Codex Marcianus Ouroboros is half black and half white, like the symbol of yin and yang in Taoism, thus depicting the sexual union of opposites that continually creates the world. Later, alchemical imagery shows the Ouroboros as two serpents devouring each other's tails, heightening the sexual symbolism. Another representation is two dragons fighting at each other's throats. The female and male principles are combined in their shared blood. Encyclopedia of Magic and Alchemy by Rosemary Ellen Guiley. Alright. The Old One yearns to devour all souls and covers the earth in colorless fog, is both mistaken for God and worshipped by devotees such as those in the Order of the Soul. Its form even seems serpentine, worm-like. Mephistopheles, meaning destroyer, and Ariana, meaning bringer of life, have heavily symbolic names, which also to some degree present a union of opposites due to the fact that they are contrary to their genders. So in a sense, the Old One represents a union of all things, just like the Ouroboros. The serpent eats its own tail. And some people would even say the serpent is like a world eater. It eats the world. Every cycle is changing and being devoured and being carried on into the next. For some, it's a symbol of reincarnation. It has many meanings. But the Old One represents it closely. It's very similar because it basically represents chaos, which is what we're talking about. A mixture of principles, of concepts, of realities. So as we can read in the concept art for Yurt, it says here, an assassin sent to Boletaria to rid it of any who have managed to hold on to their sanity. A good deed done for him will not go unpunished. In other words, he asks you to he'll come to the Nexus and he'll kill people in the Nexus. And eventually he'll try to kill you. But you have to open the cage. He's locked in the cage and you have to open it. And if you do this favor for him, he'll basically try to kill everyone in the Nexus. So he's not a friend. They want to hunt down anyone who has a soul in Boletaria, anyone who can think, basically. If you're not crazy, they want to kill you. If you can think, if you have possession of your mind, they want to kill you. These people in the Order of the Soul. So as we can read in the concept art above, for Yurt, his employer in the Order of the Soul they basically wish to murder anyone with sanity. So we can infer from this the mind is basically representing the soul. So the implications of the Old One devouring all souls, all minds, sanity, personhoods, indicates the creation of a supreme composite mind, like an all mind, somehow, or perhaps pure madness. The occult order of the soul then takes on another meaning and purpose, which seems to be the absorption of all souls into that of the Old One, creating one soul. Because the name of the organization, it's not the Order of the Souls, it's the Order of the Souls. And I would infer from that they really do want one soul to be created for the Old One to basically absorb all souls. But I could be wrong. It's open for interpretation. It raises the following questions. If the Talisman of Beasts is given to us as a gift, a holy object, and we know that the talismans in the game are objects of worship, would that not mean that the Order of the Soul worships the Old One and that their organization shares the same goal of the Old One and its demons? Was the Old One sent by God, or is the Old One God? The intro indicates the former, and the Talisman of Beasts indicates the latter. Though based on what we have seen, I don't suppose it really matters so much as the concept presented to us. For the purpose of further elucidation, let us view a reference from Elden Ring about a similar entity called the Flame of Frenzy. Now, many of you folks who've played Elden Ring, you're probably thinking, well, that's a strange connection to make, but maybe some of you have caught on to it. We're talking about chaos. We're talking about being absorbed into chaos, basically. Now, chaos has a history in religion as being sort of this dark, formless matter that God made everything out of. So, for the purpose of further elucidation, let's look at this quote from Hayeta, an NPC that we meet who's blind. Thank you. Thank you. I have touched them, the words of the three fingers. As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is come from the one great. Then came fractures and births and souls, but the greater will made a mistake, torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, everyone born of a mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away, and with the yellow chaos flame until all is one again. So this is from Hayeta. So the one great, that is to say chaos, moreover, we can say that the greater will is a personal mind. We know that the impersonal cannot have a will. So they're basically talking about God or the mind of God. The God in the supreme sense, God in the supreme sense, basically. In other words, what she's saying is God created order, established creation, which has dichotomy, individuality, and the personhood of mankind. And one second. And that is, well, let me continue. The frenzied, that's the order of things. Everything has been made into a distinct thing. Things aren't just one. We're individuals. Things are different. When you perceive reality, things in it are different. They're not just one thing. So the Frenzied Flame quest line is one of two quest lines which grants a unique ending. Unlike four of the quest lines which are exactly the same, save for a few different visual aspects. The folks who've played Elden Ring know this. People have been talking about the endings in Elden Ring, about how boring they are. There's only two quest lines which are interesting. It's the one with Ronnie. If you haven't seen the blue woman with one eye that's closed and a little light on the closed eye, we've seen her in the little witch hat. So many people have seen that character that they've presented. Even people who haven't played Elden Ring. Elden Ring has gotten so popular. But basically, the ending with her in it is one of the only good endings. That one and this Frenzied Flame ending. Now, what happens in the Frenzied Flame ending is that the whole world is basically burned by Frenzied Flame, by this yellow flame. And the idea is that everything that God made, all the differences in reality, and this is really in Elden Ring, that woman really did say it, it's a mistake. and that you have to take this yellow flame and burn and melt everything into one thing again. So the idea of creating heaven, earth, living beings with their own personhood, individuality, with their own lives. She's saying it's a mistake. Therefore, burn all things, all existence, physically and metaphysically, with yellow fire. Merge everything into one thing. They think differences, individuality, dichotomy, duality, it's a mistake. Burn everything into one thing. Now, you may think, well, such a religion, such a way of thinking couldn't possibly be real in this world. Well, it is. And we'll review that later on. But yes, just about all 4 endings. There are 4. The game has about 6 endings. And 4 of these endings were terrible. And I'll just tell you what it is. Now, people who don't want to be spoiled, you can skip this. Basically, the ending for about 4 of the endings is you just sit on the throne. And it says the fallen leaves tell a story, an age of order, an age of whatever, and that's it. Nothing else happens. If you do the ending with the stars, basically this woman Ronnie, she's the waifu of so many people who play Elden Ring. People love this girl. You get to marry her. You get to fly into the sky and become one with the stars. Really weird, which is, in a sense, I could say the Frenzied Flame ending and the Stars ending in Elden Ring, they're actually very similar because you're becoming one with something. You're flying into the galaxy, you're becoming a star, or you're basically becoming one with the fire. In a sense, you're presiding over it. It's very bleak, and there is a meaning behind those endings as well that when I do an Elden Ring blog, I'm going to talk more about. So Hayeta, as we said, she's a blind woman. Although she is blind, she feels the light when she eats eyes of people who have been corrupted, you could say, by this flame of frenzy. Now, some of you, maybe you haven't played Elden Ring, or maybe you haven't played these games, but this will explain some symbolism regarding monism or non-duality. So they're burning with this flame. She's blind. She can't see. They call these eyes Shibiri grapes. Shibiri is considered a demon of blindness in real Jewish lore. So this is the eye right here. Is quite disgusting. She eats these eyes. If you give her these eyes, she will eat them. Now, the real Shibiri is the demon of blindness in Jewish lore. He rests atop uncovered water at night, including pools and rivers, and causes blindness in anyone who drinks it, especially attracted to clear and shining vessels. To render Shibiri powerless before drinking, say the incantation, Shabriri, Biriri, Riri, Jiri, Ri. I am thirsty for water in a white glass. The reduction of his name causes him to shrink in size and vanish. His name in Hebrew translates to dazzling glare, or more literally, breaker of eyesight. So this comes from Encyclopedia of Demons and World Religions and Cultures by Teresa Bain. So she says, "Hello, is someone there? My name is Hayeta, and I'm journeying in search of the distant light. If I might be so bold as to ask, Would you donate any Shabiri grapes in your possession to me? My eyesight has grown weak since birth, you see. I can't tell which way I'm supposed to go next. But when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel a distant light in the back of my eyes. It will lead me to my true duty as a finger maiden. So when you give her a Shabiri grape, she says, "Oh, many thanks to you. Now I can see the distant light once more. You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you." So the light is in the eyes. She's eating the eyes to get light. That's what she's doing. She can't see. She's blind, but she says, "Give me these eyes, and I can see a distant light." So what does Jesus say that is significant about eyes? So he says, the light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. But if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. Matthew 6:22 to 24. All right. Furthermore, further reading regarding the symbolism of the eye from the Dictionary of Symbolism. The most important organ of the senses, always associated symbolically with light and intellectual perspicacity. At the same time, the eye has long been considered not only a receptive organ, but also the transmitter of beams, the image of spiritual expressivity. So perspicacity, from the American Heritage Dictionary, acuteness of perception, discernment, or understanding. So in other words, the light is in the eye. Jesus said it. The light of the body is in the eye. And she's eating the eye. And she's taking the light from these individuals. So, Hayeta, being blind, she cannot discriminate visually, for all things to her are darkness. Now, darkness is often associated with chaos, for before there was creation, the world was without form and void. There was complete darkness. There was no light. You couldn't distinguish one thing from the next. All things were in darkness. Nothing had been formed yet. By eating eyes, the organs of visual sense, she is gathering light. She's gathering perceptions, consciousnesses, understandings, experiences, and so forth. Hayeta acts as an eye biter in an indirect sense due to the fact that people voluntarily give her their eyes. The frenzied flame merges all persons' differences and individualities, forming a complete unitary whole. So eye biting was considered an involuntary form of the evil eye. This is coming from the Encyclopedia of Witches, Witchcraft, and Wicca, 3rd edition by Rosemary Ellen Guiley. So they're giving, and that's one thing I didn't say, the people who she takes eyes from, they're basically giving you, the player, the eyes to give to her so she can eat them. And she can basically eat the light that is left in their bodies. That's quite something. Kutzkerver, whose name means shining, bright, pure man, warrior, have attracted the talisman of beasts, which is in some sense related to chaos. which has a connection to blindness like the frenzied flame, because it has a connection to darkness, to not being able to distinguish things. You need light. You need form. If you're blind, you can't distinguish anything. In a sense, it's similar to that chaotic age when the world was first created, dark and without form, at least visually. So blindness is in a sense connected with chaos, because you're not able to distinguish. As we've read, Shibriri is attracted to clear and shining vessels, bringing implications such as blindness regarding good and evil, conflation of God and the Old One. So that could be a connection to Shibriri, even in demon souls. But who can say? Maybe that was the root of an idea that came into fruition in Elden Ring. But it's who can say? So the frenzied flame, exactly like the old one, absorbs souls and personhoods in the feral chaos. Whether it be the eating of eyes or souls, the convergence of all the distinct elements of reality is occurring. The frenzied flame in Elden Ring and the colorless fog in Demon Souls act as a sort of reality-dissolving substance. The dissolution of all things is manifested as reality, as insanity. I mean, it's like it's melting reality, like the flame and the fog is melting reality. That's how it seems in Demon Souls and Elden Ring. So we have here an opening cinematic of Demon Souls. A colorless fog had swept in, unleashing terrible demons. The demons hunt down men and claim their souls. Those who lose their souls also lose their minds. The mad attack the sane, and chaos reigns. Valorfax spoke of the enticing power of the demon souls. Each time a demon claims a human soul, the demon's own soul is invigorated by the life force, and the power of a mature demon soul is beyond human imagination. So this is a concept art for the old one, like a snake in a sense, except it's covered in roots. It's covered, a snake or a worm, it's like a funnel. Roots, darkness. It's like a being of chaos, feral chaos, so to speak. So let's recall the words of the Dregling merchant. He says, "Be you brave knight or depraved slave. The demons will snatch your soul, and then you'll go mad. And those who dare cling to their humanity are hunted down. It is the end of Great Boletaria as we know it." Now, let us compare the Dregling merchant's words to the frenzied burst incantation. Very powerful incantation in Elden Ring, associated with the frenzied flame. Incantations, originating from the maddening 3 fingers, releases concentrated blasts of yellow flame of frenzy from the caster's eyes. Charging enhances potency, enabling the blast to penetrate the enemy's guard. In times past, every single person who attempted to control the flame of frenzy succumbed to madness after a desperate internal struggle. This incantation is testament to a meager victory. So it would ponder the question, or rather we would ponder, why are those who cling to their humanity, which may be called personhood, individuality, your mind, hunted down by the demons, and why are those people who are trying to utilize the flame of frenzy succumbing to madness after desperate internal struggles? It would seem that their minds are being merged into chaos, such that there is no room for any actual individuality. So we have here the 3 fingers in Elden Ring. 3 fingers. The number 3 is the number of completeness according to biblical numerology. So, here from the miraculous significance of numbers and colors as they appear in the Holy Scriptures, in number 3, we have our first geometrical figure. The first time we enclose an area. A triangle, basically. 3, therefore, stands for that which is solid, real, substantial, complete, divine perfection. As we go through the Bible, we will see that all things that are specially complete are stamped with this number 3. 3 is a number of completeness. In contrast to the 3 fingers, the number 2, which, as we stated before, represents dichotomy, division, and duality. So we have here a description of the 2 fingers heirloom, which is an item in Elden Ring. A talisman engraved with the legend of the 2 fingers raises faith. Fingers cannot speak, yet these are eloquent. Persistently they wriggle, spelling out mysteries in the air. Thus did we gain the words of our faith. 2 fingers heirloom, Elden Ring. Now 2 is a very important number to a religion or an ideology or a philosophy that believes in duality, good and evil, right and wrong, indifferences. And I and my fellow Christians are in this category. 2 is a very important number. It represents order. Due to the fact that all order requires division, dichotomy, variety. Therefore, without differences, there is chaos. Hence, in morality, good is in contrast to evil. In a society, proper conduct is in contrast to criminality. Beauty is in contrast to ugliness. Elements of reality are perceived and discerned and are not considered to be one thing. The idea that differentiated reality and matter is a deviation from a great whole or one thing is an old belief dating back to religions and philosophies. For some of us, differences are what the Lord made. For other people, they view differences of every kind to be an illusion, to be a deviation from some great type of what I suppose you would call all-encompassing entity. For some, all is God. Everything is God. Everything. That's what they consider. They consider all concepts to basically to be a deviation from that one thing, good and evil. They consider one thing. And so forth. So we have here from the Emerald Tablet, Alchemy for Personal Transformation, which is a book that has to do with the so-called spiritual and philosophical alchemy. Not every alchemist practices what is known as spiritual and philosophical alchemy. For some alchemists, the symbols that they use really do represent purely physical things, but that's not the case for everyone. A lot of people who practice different forms of witchcraft, New Age religion, as well as Freemasonry, consider alchemy to be a thing that is religious in nature, so to speak. and not just simply a science. But anyhow, moreover, the one thing within us and the one thing of the whole universe are really the same, just as the one mind within us and the one mind of the universe become the same in meditation. The one mind, the one thing, the old one wanting to take everything into itself, every soul into itself, and become one thing. Chaos. There are individuals who have experienced the dissolution of self, individuality, differences, and so forth, often through altered states of consciousness due to induced trance and drugs, self-hypnosis, for example. Returning to source and being one with the universe are two phrases among a great deal of others that are used to describe such an experience. So we have here a galaxy of stars spun endlessly through the universe. And I was that. The rapture exceeded any pleasure, joy, ecstasy, or bliss that I had ever experienced or imagined. This was the most prolonged and intense bliss that I had ever known. Individuality dissolved into the primordial infinite joy. There was complete loss of the condition of the skin-bound body-mind. There was no I or self. The most significant aspect of the state of unity was this transcending of the self-sense. There was not a union of the I with the lover, or I with the galaxy. Rather, there was only differentiated reality, or rather unity and consciousness as all that. So this comes from Chapter 9 of the Emerald Tablet Alchemy for Personal Transformation by Dennis William Hawke. So she is experiencing becoming one with the universe, one with source, one with chaos, so to speak. Everything is one to her, and she's experiencing it. Some people consider this to be the true state of reality. That's what they aspire to. So there are many proponents of monism, which is this philosophy, who actively wish to promote such experiences as the one above. They believe that the vision is itself an illusion that must be unlearned, that the chaos is true reality. Therefore, they have been the traditional philosophical and religious opponents of those who believe that duality and order are essential and absolute aspects of reality. The proponents of non-dualism believe that mankind has been restricted by the belief in positive differences between good and evil. According to them, there is no good and evil. God and Satan are simply one being two different aspects of the one thing, because everything is an aspect of chaos, or rather everything is an aspect of the one thing. The one thing is essentially chaos. We could very well associate chaos in the mental sense to insanity, a mind that lacks discrimination, coherence, and logic, distinguishment. So we have here from a book called The Eloquent Blood, the Goddess Babylon, and the Construction of Femininities in Western Esotericism by Manon Hedenborg White. This is a person who practices Thelema, a religion that has been created by Aleister Crowley, and that is very popular. In an essay from 1953, Grant writes that we should strive always to realize the void nature of things and to merge into that state of formless awareness. He describes ultimate reality as a pure and perfect void, and as a prerequisite for enlightenment, he stresses the complete union of opposites through insistence on the sameness of all things and not on their differences, which are purely illusory because mind-made. They think all differences are man-made. There is no difference according to them. So we have here the old monk. Here's concept of art of the old monk wearing his yellow golden robe. Very significant. There's symbolism behind the color here. There's symbolism behind the color yellow in this case. Quite literally. Or figuratively or symbolically. But anyhow, the golden robe in Demon Souls is a sort of demon. Here the robe itself is a sort of demon. And people who play Demon Souls know this. The robe itself is a type of enchanted robe that is controlling this man. Is a sort of demon that is associated with madness to some degree, and color-wise is similar to the yellow of the frenzied flame of Elden Ring. Yellow is a color of unity. Well, it is the color of unity, I suppose. So we have here in a very good book for anyone who wants to know about the symbolism of color. Find The Symbolism of Color by Ellen Conroy. Right? Ellen Conroy, The Symbolism of Color. That's spelled with a U there. Yellow was said to be the color of unity. Unity in affection. Unity with the spiritual powers of the universe. So the yellow robes represent the spiritual path of Buddhism. The yellow robe donned by the Buddhist is a symbol that he is now on the path that is to lead to spirituality. From the same book, we have this as well. The belief of these yellow-robed men is that they have within them a spark of the Godhead, and that by suppressing the bodily desires and by concentrating their whole mental and psychic energies towards trying to understand this higher part of their nature, they will become united with the Supreme Spirit and will understand how to do many things and see many things that the ordinary man cannot do or see. The Symbolism of Color by Ellen Conroy. So this yellow represents, in a sense, enlightenment. Being yoked to the supreme truth of the universe. And to them, all differences, you can say this about Buddhism, you can say this about Hinduism as well. They have the same monistic belief. All things are one, come from one thing. Every difference is illusory. So that's what this yellow represents. It's a color of unity. It's a color of unity, of unification with that one thing. So when you consider the fact that the robe itself is a demon, the robe itself is connected to the old one and the robe have the same purpose. To unify all souls, all personhoods, all individuals into one thing, all minds into one thing. So the nature of the old one's enlightenment is the dissolution of self and merging with the one thing, one mind. Apparently he had recognized his own supposed divinity, and yet that divinity is still part of something else, the root of which is the old one, who will ultimately assimilate all other souls. into itself as a collective soul, one thing, one mind. So we have here from the Home and Soul Arrow spell that you get from the Old One's soul, spell from the Old Monk's soul. That we get from the Old Monk's soul. Spell from the Old Monk's soul produces a soul arrow that tracks its target. The Old One was nothing more than a medium for the robe that drives men mad. The spell reflects the Old One's nature to yearn for power that was not his. Once again, you're melting into a collective. You're basically a servant of the Old One. You're not really in control, because the power is basically one thing. You are part of it, so to speak. You're not controlling it. So then we have the Insanity Catalyst. A catalyst wrapped in golden cloth, forged from the soul of the old monk demon. Grants its wilder madness, drastically increasing the power of magic, but simultaneously halving one's maximum MP. If you have no future to lose, then who could blame you for placing your faith in the golden robes? Both the golden robe and of demon souls and the frenzied flame of Elden Ring are associated with insanity and hopelessness. The soul thirst spell is derived from the golden demon soul. This spell and soul sucker from the Maiden and Black soul reflect the nature of the demons, and by extension the Old One, that is to say Pharaoh Chaos. To hunger for souls, for minds, so to speak, is the nature of the demons. Saint Urbain says the following about the Old One when it calls for its demons to bring souls to it. From where does that howl come? That is no demon. It sounds more like a poor hungry child. Do you have any idea what it might be? Something about it sets me at great unease. May God watch over us, bless us, and all of Boletaria. Umbasa. Pharaoh Chaos, which has personhood, it can think, that has interesting implications. It reminds me of the law of regression from Elden Ring, of all things. That's a very interesting incantation, is what it's called. So, incantation of Golden Order fundamentalists, one of the key fundamentals, base principles, so to speak. The fundamentalists describe the Golden Order through the powers of regression and causality. Causality is cause and effect. Regression is going back to a source. Causality, a link that you have to other individuals through cause and effect. And regression is the pull of meaning, that all things yearn eternally to converge. Law of regression. Random House Webster's Dictionary defines regression as the act of going back to a previous place, or state, return, or reversion. Retrogradation, retrogression. We have Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary, converge, to tend or move toward one point or another, come together, meet, to join. So we have here the law of regression. The picture that we have with the incantation is this. Now we have this individual here standing in a downward triangle. The figure has its left arm raised, right arm pointed downward. Now, if you've seen the incantation in game, game, you eventually lift your right arm up and put your left arm downward. You start with your left arm extended first, though. The left arm is the feminine arm. The right arm is the masculine arm. The left arm has feminine connotations as well as connotations with evil, and the right arm has connotations with good. And 3 overlapping circles, which are known as a tripod of life. Some people use this symbol as the Trinity, even. And then you have, the tripod of life is basically a symbol of unity and wholeness. Unity, Trinity, and wholeness. Because you can't take one circle out without, basically, it's very hard to separate these 3 circles. They represent unity. They represent wholeness. So we see here a picture. Trinitas, unitas. 3 but 1. It's the symbol of the Trinity. It's the tripod of life, so to speak. That's what the symbol means. They're using it here in Elden Ring. So let's explain this. The downward triangle represents water and femininity. The downward triangle is always the water triangle. It represents the goddess. The upward triangle represents the god. It represents the male principle. The downward triangle looks like a female sexual organ, and the upward triangle is supposed to represent basically, a male sexual organ. I know it's nasty, I know it's graphic, but these are what these type of magical disciplines and religions teach. There's plenty of sexual imagery in those particular esoteric practices and disciplines. So basically that downward triangle, it's a unified regression or a downward flow back to the source, back to the goddess, back to the mother, back to chaos. An urge as a whole to return to chaos is being referred to the beginning. Alchemists believe that all things are ultimately of the same substance. They believe everything comes from the first matter. Everything comes from chaotic matter. Celestial salt and nitrous type substances, also known as salt pepper. So they believe in celestial salt and celestial niter. One fixed, another volatile. The 4 elements: earth, water, the fixed, heavy elements. Volatile elements: air, fire. In this case, the water triangle is what we're looking at. We're looking at a downward triangle in the law of regression. It's a downward flow. It's a flow downward. And it's a feminine principle. Earth and water are feminine principles. Air and fire are masculine principles. To some, not necessarily, but we can consider water to be associated with femininity. But they are. That is indeed the masculine principle. Air and fire. So the upward triangle represent the inverse. These are light elements. They're not heavy like water and earth. The alchemists believe that everything is made from, or every physical thing in the world is of 3 things: salt, mercury, and sulfur. They're not talking about, oftentimes, the mercury they're talking about is not necessarily real mercury. It's what they call the philosopher's mercury, just like they talk about the philosopher's stone. And the philosopher's mercury is like a fusion of gold and silver, which is melted to some type of oil, can become a vapor, and float upwards. So it has the same properties of mercury, except it's gold and silver mixed. And they represent those two principles, or rather two metals of gold and silver, as one. They associate gold with the sun, they associate silver with the moon. Their silver is different than what we think it is. Or rather, their mercury is different than what we would normally see as regular mercury. Now, oftentimes, it's an interesting thing. They can achieve that, and alchemists can achieve that through mixing water, antimony, and iron in a certain type of mixture that literally melts down gold and silver into a type of substance that is basically just like mercury. It can float up into a vapor. It can be liquid form. It can be solid form. But oftentimes, this is something to keep in mind when you read books about alchemy. Know that the alchemy they're talking about oftentimes is not the alchemy that we know. All right, so we see this is known as the Tria Primer. The Tria Primer, the first three, so to speak, primal matter. Okay. So, as stated, the triangle that we see is indeed the water triangle, the triangle of the goddess. And we all know what that sexually represents. It's the goddess triangle. So, that's a whole another thing to talk about in regard to Elden Ring, is their association with the concept of the goddess. This is very interesting. Now, Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary, a very important definition that we're going to study is monism. A view that there's only one kind of substance. The view that reality is one unitary organic whole with no independent parts. The idea they have is that we are all made from chaos, which is primal matter. Primus means first. So literally, prima materia means first matter. From dictionary phrase and fable, chaos, confusion, that confused mass of elemental substances supposed to have existed before God reduced creation into matter. Monism. You can find monism in, I would say, every single Souls game, so to speak, that Fromsoft has created. It's a very prevalent philosophy in media. And in some religions, it is a key concept. Monism is heavily promoted in Demon Souls. This philosophy shapes the reality of the whole fictional world of the game. So we have the Nexus concept art. So the image above, it shows a monolithic obelisk suspended between heaven and earth, a symbol of life, generation, and intelligence. It is a masculine, phallic symbol. It's a symbol of the male sexual organ, which originates from Egypt. Life poured into the void below. The old one, as we can see, is taking into itself the obelisk, the nexus, so to speak. And the destruction of the world in fire, which is what this is showing. Perhaps it's preceding a rebirth of a new age. Perhaps this image is similar to the phoenix bird. If you haven't seen the phoenix bird, that is an old Egyptian bird which dies in fire and is reborn from its ashes. This is This has to do with the idea of reincarnation, of a cycle happening, of an age dying and then another age basically being created into being. A great destruction and then new life, rebirth of a new age. So we can read more about the obelisk. The sun god of Egypt, who was symbolized by the obelisk, and who, although his name was added to that of other Egyptian gods, appears to have been the tutelary deity of the stranger kings of the 18th dynasty, whom Plato, however, declares to have been Set, Sutek, which we are reminded here of the opposition of Seth and Osiris, which I've already explained as arising from the fact that these deities originally represented two different ideas: human fecundity and the fruitfulness of nature. This comes from ancient symbol worship, influence of the phallic idea in the religions of antiquity, by Holder M. Westrop and Stanley and C. Stanley Land Wake. Fecundity, from the American Heritage Dictionary: the quality of producing abundantly, fertility, the capacity of producing offspring, especially in abundance, productiveness, productive or creative power, fecundity of mind. All right, so you can remember, if you don't know, a lot of people don't know this, the obelisk is a phallic symbol. It's the symbol of a male sexual organ, a penis, basically. All right, statues of the Nexus here. This is very interesting. You have two statues that are conjoined. So there are two massive hooded female statues in the Nexus, which is our main area, our hub world, so to speak. One of which is upright with a sword in her left hand, held in front of her, pointing downward, and a spear in her right hand that's pointing downward to her side. She basically is carrying a spear to her side. She has the sword holding it in front of her. The sword and the spear are phallic symbols of power, warfare, authority, government, order, and so forth. They have similar meanings. So in general, the sword is a symbol of vitality and strength, most frequently an attribute of gods of war, see Mars, or as a symbol for lightning, thunder. Dictionary of Symbolism by Hans Biedermann. The sword is a symbol of sovereignty, of rulership, in the hand of Saint Stephen or of Hungary or Charlemagne, of a martyr's death, when it is an attribute of the saints, Paul, James the Greater, Thomas Becket, Catherine, or Lucia. Dictionary of Symbolism by Hans Biedermann. An inverted statue hangs directly below the upright statue with arms drawn downward in an arc. It almost seems as though she is falling or being drawn downward. Both statues are joined together by an archway. Above the upper statue is a circular opening of light, and below the inverted statue is a pool of some clear magical substance, in which and around the whole of the Nexus are strange geometric symbols, under which is a huge circular gaping void that leads below the Nexus and to the old one. Aside from the geometric symbols, it may represent a union of opposites. The arch that conjoins the two statues is also symbolic as a portal and rebirth. Peradventure, it represents going into darkness from light or vice versa. So we read here from Signs and Symbols, an illustrated guide to their origins and meanings. But an archway symbolizes the passage from one state of being to another. In initiation rites, one who passes through an arch is symbolically reborn. The St. Louis Gateway Arch represents the gateway to the historical American West. Those who are bound to the Nexus, another thing to say about this is basically the archway. The light above, the darkness below. It's like you're going into darkness, into light, or darkness, or light into darkness. And as you play the game, you're going down from the Nexus into the void to face the old one. It's the souls that you collect are being poured down below the Nexus, this big inverted obelisk. You're traveling to the old one to give your souls, all of these minds, consciousnesses, personhoods, sanity, so to speak, to the old one. The old one is going to consume it. So it's quite significant. It's like life feeding this creature of chaos. Very, very interesting. And that basically it's like an inversion, in a sense, of masculine energy, or the energy of life. All right. So those who are bound to the Nexus are in the state between life and death. Boletaria in Demon Souls. The lands between in Elden Ring. A location called the Things Betwixt, synonym of between, in Dark Souls 2, all emphasize a state that is between the physical and metaphysical reality, with whole populations of people who exist in that state. A state which may be referred to as, Freke says, a state of heightened reality. Let us learn more about the state of heightened reality. So we have here from the Encyclopedia of Magic and Alchemy by Rosemary Ellen Guiley. Magic and liminality. Magical phenomena exist in a realm, a blurred borderland that is neither in the material world nor the spiritual world, but in both simultaneously. At the same time, liminality is a term coined by the anthropologist Arthur Van Gennep to refer to the condition of betwixt and between. The word comes from limen, or threshold. Change, transition, and transformation are conditions that are conducive to psi and the supernatural. Magic ritual and ritual in general exposes the ordinary, predictable world to the instability of the liminal world. Strange things happen. The liminal realm is considered to be a dangerous, unpredictable one. Individuals such as magicians thus are dangerous because they work in this uncertain world. As adepts, they are themselves the agents of change and even chaos. They work with chaos. They work in between the physical and metaphysical world. They're telling you this. And the source of magic and magical power is chaos. There are many books that elaborate upon that, and it's all very, very significant and very interesting. They have here Concept Art of King Allant, which we'll meditate upon, this king, his role in the game, and others who became demons. The history of the name Allant began when it was derived from the name Alan. So Allant comes from Alan, which is thought to mean Little Rock or headstone. Little Rock is an appropriate name for a king of a small land, and such is the ancestor of King Allant. So the monumental says, one to the king of a small yet diligent land. So he's the Little Rock, the king of the small land. King Allant brought prosperity to Boletaria with the soul arts, and yet due to this magic, he awakened the Old One, a being which he shared a rapport with, because his own nature was demonic, as explained by the description of Fromsoft, which we'll review later. King Allant XII, by channeling the power of souls, brought unprecedented prosperity to his northern kingdom of Boletaria. That is, until the colorless, deep fog swept across the land. Boletaria was cut off from the outside world, and those who dared penetrate the deep fog never returned. He affected Boletaria and the whole world through his usage and promotion of the soul arts, which is basically magic. It's basically sorcery. It's basically working with demons, working with spirits, affecting reality, thinning the veil. In regard to how that transpired, the worshiper of God has invaluable information for us. So the worshiper of God says, back in the time when I lived below Boletaria to castle, King Allant left on some strange business, then returned with horrible demons in tow. Soon the land was ravaged by demons and soul-starved madmen. My spine shudders to think about it. If I did not have my miracle stone shard, a keepsake of my grandfather, I may not have survived. Worshipper of God. So what magic and rituals could have occurred to so greatly change the whole state of reality and awaken the Old One? That isn't clearly explained in Demon Souls, and yet the whole account of King Allant's activities do not differ much from those of the old monk, as explained by the once royal mistress. The queen banished her depraved old husband from the land. He returned in strange golden garb, with foul demons in tow. They pillaged great Latria, land of the learned, and locked us in this dungeon. Since then, they've been feeding off our souls, telling us over and over again, if we go above, we will be granted redemption. So, both of those men are working with demons. And basically communing with spirits, thinning the veil, which you cannot do without the help of spirits, and allowing them to cross over into our physical reality. The filthy woman in the Valley of Defilement tells us the truth regarding Maiden Astraea. And another thing that I'd like to state is that, yes, I'm talking about this realistically. There are real witches and magicians who do practice this. They do desire to thin the veil, to bring spirits from the other side into this world, to make this into a more, or even an area into a more liminal place, where spirits and men may commune together and have communication. And such is the case in this game with King Allant, the Old One, and Maiden Astraea, who we're going to learn about now. So the filthy woman tells us the truth about Maiden Astraea. Her fellow believers in God don't know what she's doing in the Valley of Defilement. She has decided to accept demonhood and to aid the Old One in its consumption of souls. So this is a filthy woman who is dressed in more of a type of Russian, so babushka type old-fashioned clothing. Although it's very tattered and very worn, but it's more of a Russian style, like scarf and shawl, so to speak, which will be significant later as we discuss the headstone for the Valley of Defilement. Now, how many years has it been? That witch came to this valley with that squid-headed knight, those ridiculous white robes of hers. I swear, I caught her glaring at my son in disgust. Yes, it's true. She is as nasty as they come. And she's a demon to boot. Doesn't surprise me. So, something to know about Astraea was the concept art says she is a pure soul who has gone into the Valley of Defilement to help the wretched and the suffering who dwell there. Neither she nor her bodyguard, Garl Vinland, have been seen since they entered into the fog. Well, we'll talk about how pure she is very soon. But Astraea is the name of a version star goddess, a stellar goddess. From Columbia's Encyclopedia, Astraea, in Greek religion and mythology, the goddess of justice, daughter of Zeus and Themis. Because of the wickedness of man, she withdrew from the earth at the end of the Golden Age and was placed among the stars as the constellation Virgo. I'm technically a Virgo. Not that I pay any mind to astrological signs. I don't make a study of them, and I'm not really a proponent of them. It is interesting, and I may study it simply for the purpose of research. There's a lot of astrology in much of the media that we see, and it would be interesting to understand more of it. So she is worshipped as though she is the Virgin Mary. That's what the filthy woman says. Ever since that demon witch came here, everything has turned foul. All the men worship her like she's the Virgin Mary. So the filthy woman is relatively despised in the demon souls community. I had stated earlier, I'll talk about the community, the demon souls community. The demon souls community is a very, interesting community. But for some reason, people act as though the filthy woman is crazy. The filthy woman is just lying because she's jealous of Astraea. People have not truly looked at the bigger picture. We're going to look at the bigger picture regarding the filthy woman and Astraea. We simply are. Because, in my opinion, the community, so to speak, has lost the point of that story. They've lost the point of the story. They don't understand the story of the Valley of Defilement. I'm sure the developers, if they watch the lore videos that some of the people in the Demon Souls community, the Fromsoft community makes, they're probably laughing to themselves or thinking, wow, you entirely missed the point. But anyhow, regardless of what we may think of the characters, as said, my goal is symbolism. It's education. It's learning from what is in the media so that when we see it, we can know what it means. So, let's continue. She is the only native resident of the Valley of Defilement that does not attack us. And I just want some of you people who've played this game to think about this. And she's the only one who knows the truth regarding Astraea. None of the people in the Nexus know anything about her because they haven't went down there to see her. And just about everyone who's went down there to the Valley of Defilement has died in some horrible fashion. But there's no one who lives in the Valley of Defilement, a native, so to speak, except this woman, and she's the only one we get to talk about. And yet, for some reason, most players, for some reason in the community, just by and large, I'm not talking about everyone, because some people have different opinions, but most folks have this prevailing opinion about Astraea either being wronged or is some type of hero, but Maybe your opinions will change after we get through reading this. So we have Selin Vinland. Now it's worth noting that Selin Vinland, the sister to Gal Vinland as far as I know, does not believe the filthy woman to be deceptive. She does not believe the filthy woman is a liar. So she says, I heard an unflattering rumor about Saint Astraea. Have you met that herb peddling woman? She claims that Astraea is herself a demon. That woman has no reason to lie. Surely she must be mistaken. What exactly are the nature of Maiden Astraea's activities in the Valley of Defilement? And what can we infer based upon the available information? There's very little, but some of it is going to be environmental. Some of it we're going to have to read from different sources like the Archstones and the like. There's not, as far as I know, too many item descriptions that really tell us, but if we take a very close look at information and put things into context, we can understand this. So, we know that she can perform miracles. She can heal the inhabitants of the valley to some degree. Though whatever aid she can provide, it's going to be outpaced by the toxicity of that swamp, by the bugs and by the parasites. She's not going to be able to heal them entirely. There's going to be suffering that the inhabitants are going to have to deal with. She can only do so much. Her miracles are somewhat like magic in a sense. In a narrative sense, miracles are a lot like magic, but they can heal things. They can heal people and themselves. Now, being a demon, she collects souls for the old one. And yet, even if she were not a demon, as players may know, souls are used to trade, and they're used to basically remain sane. Just like souls in Dark Souls. The most important question may be, where are the souls that she has collected coming from? There have been a few people who have crossed the fissure into Boletaria, and we know that if you cross the fissure into Boletaria, you're basically bound to the Nexus. So if you die, you'll come right back to the Nexus. Now, it is known, and this is a thing that's accurate to say, your body remains somewhere else, but your soul is basically in the Nexus. Unless you have a stole of ephemeral eyes, you can't become human again. And I suppose from the perspective of the game's narrative, you can only become a human if you slay a demon and have a demon soul. Then you can become human again. So it would be difficult for a lot of people to cross into Boletaria and just go to the Valley of Defilement. It would seem, though I could be wrong, but that's what the game says. So we have here an example. For example, in the Tower of Latria. The Tower of Latria is being used like a prison, and the old monk who is under control of the Golden Robe, he keeps the prisoners and basically feeds off of their souls. He uses their souls. So we have by Maiden Astraea, and I don't have a picture of it because I thought, well, let's spare everyone the gruesomeness of blood, so to speak. I mean, there's some type of blood here, but she's next to a stack of corpses dressed in Murdan knight armor, and these knights are known as the Knights of God. So basically, they would travel with the saints and the priests and whoever else fighting evil, so to speak. I mean, that's the idea. You can start out as a Murdan knight class or a priest. You can play as it's Murdan knight and priest, I believe. All right. So you have here, and those are more of the God faction, so to speak, the worshippers of God. So this is Demon Maiden Astraea. The filthy woman claims that the native cult that worships Maiden Astraea, because she says they worship her like the Virgin Mary, and we know Catholic worship of the Virgin Mary is real goddess worship. That's actual worship. So, and of course, what preceded the worship of the God of the Virgin Mary was the worship of the goddess Diana. And the many different goddesses of Rome. So there's significance to her saying they worship her like the goddess, like the Virgin Mary rather. They worship her like a real goddess. So the filthy woman says, the same men who would snatch my child away from me. Her child is still alive as she refers to him at different times, and yet her presence indicates that there is a female population living in the Valley of Defilement, and that the cult of the virginal goddess Astraea is primarily or entirely consists of men who worship Astraea, and her beauty at the detriment of the woman who reside there, as the men are reverencing. They're worshiping Maiden Astraea above them. They're not. That is who they're dedicated to. They've dedicated themselves to Astraea. They're worshiping her. This is very important to understand what the filthy woman said. They're worshiping Maiden Astraea, who represents a star goddess. That's what her name means. So here we have the Valley of Defilement Archstone. This is a female chieftain who the Archstone was given to. So the chieftain of the Valley of Defilement, which appears on the Archstone above, appears to be a woman possessing an Archstone similar to the men of that area. The Archstone seems to have significant symbolism. The woman is wearing a Russian-style shawl, little scarf and type of covering. It would seem, and above her head is what appears to be a lotus blossom, which is interesting considering the fact that the lotus flowers heal every status ailment in the game: bleed, poison, and plague. When you go into the Valley of Defilement, you get poisoned by the water. There's also plague. The rats cause plague, and the water by Maiden Astraea causes plague as well. So it's very dangerous. Interestingly enough, all you need is a lotus. So there's the soldier's lotus that stops bleeding, as they say, a flower that floats on the top of the water. Royal lotus stops poison, and widow's lotus stops plague. These lotuses are very useful. If you have them, you can protect yourself from the poison and plague in that environment. And guess whose head it's on? It's on the chieftain of the Valley of Defilement. And we can only imagine that they use these lotuses and herbalism or plants to basically stop from getting poisoned and to heal themselves of poison and disease. Now, to float atop the water is, in a sense, to be above whatever impurity lies below. The lotus is a flower that represents ascension, purity, enlightenment, among other things. So we have here, from Signs and Symbols, an illustrated guide to their origins and meanings by Miranda Bruce Mitford. The lotus, an ancient symbol of creation and fertility. The lotus is widely revered in India, Egypt, China, and Japan. It also symbolizes purity because it emerges unsullied from the murky waters. The long, winding stem of the lotus symbolizes the umbilical cord that binds man to his roots. The flower bud represents human potential. The radiant petals of the lotus then represents, then close again as the sun sets. And this is seen as symbolic of the sun emerging from the cosmic ocean. So that's from the same book, Signs and Symbols. Buddhist doctrine that that man is able to raise himself above the lower nature. The bud opening up at the surface of the water is considered an image of purity, and the open flower represents enlightenment. From the same book, Signs and Symbols, the lotus, which has its roots in the mud but arises from it clean and pure, fragrant, devoid of twigs or branches, unfolding an empty blossom that gazes upward, is an image of pure aspiration. Dictionary of Symbolism by Hans Biedermann. So the lotus on her head represents a mind, because in this case we would say the head represents the mind. The head represents the mind that is above the baseness of physical reality. Though the valley of defilement is filthy and dangerous, the mind is floating above the water, ever aspiring to holiness, so to speak, such is what I imagine the symbolism to mean. Underneath the chieftain seem to be two hooded figures. The one on the left carries what appears to be a staff entangled by a snake or perhaps something else, if it is indeed a snake that has interesting implications. Perhaps it is in reference to Numbers 21:9, or the rod of Asclepius. And Moses made a serpent of brass and put it upon a pole. And it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. In other words, this staff was able to cure the venom of those bites. There's a famous verse. So we have here Dictionary of Symbolism by Hans Biedermann. A staff with a serpent around it. In Europe, the modern day symbol of pharmacy in memory of the Greek god of healing, the ancient Greek god of healing, Asclepius, Latin Asclepius. This symbol also of the medical profession. The relevance of the serpent lies in the snake's annual shedding of its skin, traditionally thought of as a process of rejuvenation. The presence of healing power in a valley of poison, acid, and plague is quite significant. All this being taken into account, it would seem that the chieftain of the valley of defilement was a wise woman and perhaps a capable herbalist, like the filthy woman happens to be. The filthy woman sells us every lotus we need to survive in the valley of defilement. She is walking around living with ease. She sells to us. She's happy to take our souls. It's weird to say, which is basically treated like gold in this game, but she's happy to do business with us. And she's not having any problems. So we have the male residents, called the depraved ones of the Valley of Defilement, appear humanoid with a beak-like face. This could likely help us better understand one of the reasons for a very misunderstood statement made by the filthy woman. This was a much better place before she came. I was the apple of every man's eye. You're here to rid us of her, aren't you? Well, don't show her any mercy. So many people in the Demon Souls community consider this statement proof that the filthy woman's delusional. She's crazy. There's no way she thinks she looks better than Maiden Astraea, right? Or that she could ever compare to her. Well, for one thing, you can't necessarily talk about time span. When did Maiden Astraea get there? How long has she been there? How long ago was it? How much did she age? But that's a whole another different subject, which is actually irrelevant to some extent, because it really doesn't matter to the point I'm trying to make. But anyhow, it begs the question of how does the average female resident of the Valley of Defilement look? The truth is, you never get to see them. You never get to see any of the female residents of the Valley of Defilement at all. So, we don't know how they look, actually. So my question is, did anyone ever bother to assume that their appearance are much like their male counterparts who they don't look human? They look like they're half human, half bird with their beak, as we see above. If the women look like this, and let's say the filthy woman or women like the filthy woman were women who were rare, people who had human features, maybe she really was considered to be beautiful because no one else looks human. Quite frankly, and very few people think about that when they talk about the filthy woman statement. Very few people talk about that. So I would say there are many players who have an affinity for Maiden Astraea, so much so that they have developed a bias against the filthy woman. But she's the only female representative there. She's the only native. We haven't seen any other females. So if the indigenous female residents of the Valley of Defilement don't look like humans, then that makes sense. And furthermore, if Maiden Astraea has taken the men, if Maiden Astraea has charmed the men, then we can only assume that the rest of the females in the Valley of Defilement share the filthy woman's opinion. In all likelihood, they don't like Maiden Astraea because all the men are worshiping her like the Virgin Mary. Alright? Their virginal star goddess, which is what her name means. Furthermore, her dialogue helps the players understand that there is and there was a certain order to the civilization of the Valley of Defilement. Maiden Astraea and the cult that grew around her became a new order in the valley, and we know this. The men roved the land looking for sacrifices for their goddess and will even sacrifice native residents, as in the case of the attempted kidnapping of the filthy woman's son. So this is concept art for the Valley of Defilement. Now it is primitive. It's very primitive, but it's still civilization. Still civilization. The Valley of Defilement is not as dangerous as the Maiden Astraea herself, who proves to be a destructive force in the valley. The people who have survived and adapted to the valley's harsh conditions developed primitive architecture, weaponry, utilized herbalism, such as royal lotus and widow's lotus, to counteract poison and plague, and have offspring with their women, thus furnishing a stable and growing population, with the men of the valley now devoted to Maiden Astraea and occupied with collecting souls for her or giving her their own souls, basically giving themselves as a sacrifice to her, or the demons under her. How will their civilization that they have built in the harsh Valley of Defilement be maintained? How will it not fall? It's going to fall. Because all of the attention is being paid to Maiden Astraea. And she's basically taking their souls. And they're giving them to her. How many of the female residents bear O? And I forgot. In regard to the Myrddin Knights, I don't know if I had said it before. Many of us think that the Myrddin Knights traveled with her. I don't know if I said that before or not. That's what many of us think. The stack of Myrddin Knight corpses. But anyhow, how many of the female residents bear a human appearance as the filthy woman does? If there are a lack of them, and she is the only one or native woman without beast-like features that could explain the statement about that, as I said, being the apple of every man's eyes. If she was especially adored by the men because she appeared more human. So we can only imagine what it would be like to have a beautiful woman such as Maiden Astraea come into the valley and try to offer them salvation, so to speak. But we'll learn about the salvation the Maiden Astraea is offering. So, but we can say this one thing about the filthy woman. Before the Maiden Astraea came, the filthy woman was not trying to destroy the order of the society of the Valley of Defilement. But she nonetheless, and I have to say it because the filthy woman has gotten, as far as I'm concerned, too much hatred. So many people hate the filthy woman because they love Astraea. It's weird, to be honest, as far as I'm concerned. But I don't think, well, if anything, it's just interesting. It says more about the people who do hate the filthy woman than the people who don't. They like Astraea even as though there's so much evidence that Astraea has basically committed genocide. Honestly. But anyhow, it seems like those players have succumbed to the charm of Astraea. What an ironic notion, truly. Quite ironic. So Astraea is considered to be the sixth saint. Considering that she is a demon, assigning her the number 6 is further evidence that shows that the Fromsoft developers, these writers, possess a knowledge of numerology. So we have this telling us she's the sixth saint, miracle of the demon Maiden Astraea. Astraea's soul returns any phantom near the caster back to their own world, granting them their living body. This miracle is a countersign. A countersign means reply of the corrupted former, or reply to, or in this case reply, but of the corrupted former sixth saint Astraea. So that's the resurrection miracle. Here are some information regarding the significance of the number 6. 6 is the number of man, to put it short. 6 is either 4 plus 2, that is to say, man's world, 4, with man's enmity to God, 2 brought in, or it is 5 plus 1, the grace of God. 5 is the number of grace. Made of none effect by man's addition to it, or perversion, or corruption of it. Or it is 7 minus 1. 7, that is to say, man's coming short of perfection. Coming short of spiritual perfection. In any case, therefore, it has to do with man. It is the number of imperfection, the human number. The number of man is destitute of God, without Christ. This Hebrew shaish is supposed to be derived from the root shadash, but nothing is known about its origin or signification. At any rate, it is certain that man was created on the 6th day, and thus he has the number 6 impressed upon him. Moreover, 6 days were appointed to him for his labor, while one day is associated in sovereignty with the Lord God as his rest. 6 therefore is the number of labor also, of man's labor, as apart and distinct from God's rest. True, it marks the completion of creation as God's work, and therefore The number is significant of secular completeness. The serpent also was created on the sixth day. The sixth commandment relates to the worst sin, murder. The sixth clause of the Lord's Prayer treats of sin. Number in Scripture, its supernatural design and spiritual significance by E.W. Bullinger. 4th edition. All right. Astraea, from ancient Greek. Australia literally means star maiden. Justice, innocence, purity are some of her aspects. The stars are often associated with fate. So astrology is based on the principle attributed to Hermes Trismegistus as above, so below. The ancients viewed Earth and man as microcosms of the universe, a belief that endured through the Renaissance. Astrology holds that the celestial bodies exert forces and exhibit personalities that influence people and events below in the microcosm. These influences may be determined by mapping positions in the sky at various times. The influences are also used to determine the most auspicious times to undertake magical work and alchemical processes. From the Encyclopedia of Magic and Alchemy by Rosemary Ellen Guiley. The significance of the Emerald Tablet, not tower, however, lies in its opening. That which is above is like that which is below, and that which is below is like that which is above. To achieve the wonders of the one thing, this is the foundation of astrology and alchemy. That the microcosm of mankind and the earth is a reflection of the macrocosm of God and the heavens. The Encyclopedia of Witches, Witchcraft, and Wicca, 3rd edition, by Rosemary Ellen Guiley. In other words, there is a belief that as we have said, the heaven and earth are one unitary whole, part of the one thing. They look at the stars and they see, and they believe it somehow is related to their lives. And that by looking at the heavenly bodies in the sky, they are able to understand what will be their fate, so to speak. They believe their fate is written upon the stars, which is a very old belief. But anyhow, the filthy woman has some degree of faith in the influential power of stars in relation to fate. She says, "I thank the stars that I still have my boy." Filthy woman. Okay. Fate, which is known to be kind or cruel, is often associated with another stellar goddess. So this one is Tish. Or Tyche, however that would be pronounced. I'm so used to not pronouncing the Greek CH, so to speak. I know usually it's a K, but I just say Tish, was not a goddess who could be moved by prayers or tears. A fatalistic resignation prevailed among the people of the higher classes, whereas the common people ceased to worship the gods at all and lost all their faith in their old religion. Thus we see that from the first, Tyche was the cause of a falling away in the morale of her worshippers. So this is the doctrine of fortune in the works of Chaucer by Josephine B. Davidson, graduate thesis collection. So Tyche is the goddess of fate, basically. another star goddess. Now Maiden Astraea has her name is of another star goddess, but basically all of these goddesses and the stars themselves have to do with fate. People relate the stars to fate, or a great many of them do, and they really do believe this. That their fates can be determined by what they behold in the heavens. The narrative of Maiden Astraea and the men who would become her votaries, worshippers, is one of fatalism. Now, from the American Heritage Dictionary of Cultural Literacy, fatalism, the belief that events are determined by an impersonal fate and cannot be changed by human beings. Fatalism is a form of determinism. So, in my opinion, she could not bear the reality of the Valley of Defilement. It's too hard. It's too much suffering, even for Astraea to deal with. Even though the residents had long since learned how to live in the oppressive conditions they can cure poison and plague through the use of the lotus. They have weaponry. They have civilization. Astraea, it would seem, became hopeless during her stay there and lost her faith in God. At some point, she decided to make a pact. She made a deal with the Old One, and she became a demon. Now, she is the archdemon of that area. And the archstones provide the most information about what is happening in the Valley of Defilement. It's very hard to understand unless you take your time. Many people have not. But for us right here, right now, in this video, we're looking for symbolism. Whatever short-sightedness that the players may have had, the thing we're interested is the symbolism. We're not here to play favorites, as far as I'm concerned. All right, so we have the Leechmonger Archstone, and basically we're going to learn from these three Archstones. So the Valley of Defilement leads to a huge swamp, to which all that is unclean flows, becomes a nest for putrilage, poisonous bugs and plague, sicknesses and pestilence. Then we have the Dirty Colossus Archstone. This stone is very significant, along with the one coming after it. In the swamp infested by poison jellyfish and giant slugs lies a valley which eats all filth, where the poor offer their souls to demons at a dead shrine to be released from suffering. That's very interesting. The poor are offering themselves as though the poor view themselves as filth or view their lives as worthless. They're offering themselves to this demon. Now let's read the Maiden Astraea Archstone. Once the sixth saint Astraea lived among those awaiting death in the Valley of Defilement, and gave her soul to the demons rather than cruel gods to free those people from suffering. Now this is interesting. She wants to free the people from suffering. The people have a society, a civilization. They say they're awaiting death. The question is, when were they awaiting death? Were they awaiting death when the demons got there, or were they awaiting death before the demons got there? I would say when the demons arrived, that's when they started offering themselves. Because we have evidence of a culture, of a civilization, of people who lived there like the native woman, the native resident, the filthy woman. She's been living there. She said it was a lot better before that witch came here and was worshipped by the men. So there has to be a culture. There has to be other women. There has to be a society. There has to be offspring. So there's the presence of a culture there, and we even see that from the archstone itself with the woman who's dressed in a type of Russian dress. They have a culture. So the type of help that Maiden Astraea is offering is pretty obvious. So of the demons faced in the Valley of Defilement, we know Maiden Astraea is the archdemon. She is the arch, the highest in rank or authority or office. It's just like an archangel. She's an archdemon. We know that Maiden Astraea approves of the work of both the Leechmonger and the Dirty Colossus, for she is the leader of the demons that reside in the Valley of Defilement. In other words, by her role itself, it can be inferred that those demons, they're doing the same work she's doing. They're devouring the souls of those who live in the Valley of Defilement. Astraea's role in the valley is implied by the reading of her archstone and that of the Dirty Colossus, where the poor offer their souls to the demons at a dead shrine to be released from suffering. Dirty Colossus archstone gave her soul to the demons rather than cruel gods to free those people from suffering. So what's happening here? Let's highlight it. Released. Gave their souls to the demons to be released. She wants to free those people from suffering. How is she freeing them? She's killing them. She's taking their souls. That's what she's doing. And whether, in demon souls, it's sort of strange, because when you lose your soul in demon souls, what's hard to say? You can lose your sanity, but basically she's killing. She's murdering people. I mean, people are dying, or people are just losing their souls. Either way you want to put it, it basically can be considered the same thing in a sense. Maybe not in the in-game universe in terms of the mechanics of the game, but it's basically killing, murder, whatever you'd call it. So we have here a filthy one, which we're going to talk about. The help that Maiden Astraea offers is death. She believes that she is freeing the residents of the Valley of Defilement from suffering by taking their souls. What does make Astraea especially unique among the demons of the valley is that in addition to the corpses, the corpses in her area, the Murder Knights, there are also childlike or infant beings, and they're known as filthy ones, nearby, who rise from the mire, the swamp, nearby her, behaving somewhat like zombies, though the word for it in demon souls would be soul-starved. As Ostrava states, in the game, the soul-starved are insane and attack the player on sight. So we have here, no matter how far I venture, only the soul-starved remain. Is there a single sane person left in Boletaria? It's like you've become a zombie. How can you live without a soul? That doesn't make any sense. How you can live without a soul, an essence, or a spirit. But this is how Demon Souls works. It's how Dark Souls works as well, too, in a sense. The filthy woman's concern seems to be very valid, based on what we know. The men who intended to capture the filthy woman's boy, in all likelihood, would have sent him to Maiden Astraea. For it seems as though she is responsible for killing the children. It seems as though every demon plays its role, and it seems for Maiden Astraea, she kills the children. I simply say it. I've heard some weird theories from people in the Demon Souls community. I'm not even going to mention them because it's irrelevant. They have no proof for any of them. A woman says these men, Those men tried to kidnap my boy. You go into Maiden Astraea's area, what do you see? You see little child-like, infant-like creatures roaming around, and they're covered in muck. And they cause plague, and they're in water that cause plague. So the adjective filthy, it's used right in front of that's what the name they used to describe the filthy woman. She's the resident there. So, I mean, who are the filthy ones? Are they not also filthy children? Like residents of the Valley of Defilement? They're filthy ones who come from the Valley of Defilement. So she's actively taking the souls of the people who live in the Valley of Defilement. So she's responsible for reaping those souls, the souls of the children, and anyone else, I suppose, they sacrifice to her. This information makes the filthy woman's statement about Astraea's looking at her son in disgust more credible. Well, it makes a lot of sense that you would look at someone's son in disgust when you're taking the children and you're sacrificing their souls. By taking the souls of children and infants, I imagine Astraea intends to quote-unquote save them from a life of suffering. As we have already reviewed in the Demon Souls narrative, it is possible to lose your soul and still stay alive. Doesn't make any sense, but that's a game mechanic. Instead of life, your sanity is lost. That is never explained. Maiden Astraea and the filthy woman present to us a parallelism of character. Astraea views human life as suffering and has dedicated herself to the goal of the Old One, which is the consumption of all souls. The filthy woman believes that life will improve once the demon Maiden Astraea is slain. She reminisces fondly about the past before Maiden Astraea had even come to the valley. And she wants to protect her son's life. She intends to live despite the harshness and the obstacles and the treacherousness, or rather, oh goodness, I'm butchering words. Despite how hard it is to live in the Valley of Defilement, she wants to live. She doesn't want to die. She doesn't want to give her soul to a demon. She doesn't like Maiden Astraea. She thinks that she's a witch, that she came here, she took off the men, that she's evil, basically. But yet you have a whole group in the Fromsoft community. They love Maiden Astraea. Not one of them I have ever heard has said, well, Maiden Astraea is killing the children, and the men are giving her the children, offering the children up to her. And anyhow, I would say Maiden Astraea committed the sixth sin from Exodus 20:13, which is murder, because of the reasons stated earlier. It also seems she did so against children. The drowning of infants, and we have to remember, the reason I mention that is because she's the sixth saint, and that's a numerological significant thing to say she's the sixth saint, and she's going against God, and she's basically committing murder. That's why it's so significant. So, if you want to know how I think she committed murder against the children and the infants, or whoever she killed, the drowning of infants and small children, it's an infamous form of murder. You can go into Google, you can type and research that form of murder of drowning children and infants, and you will see very, very sad stories. It happens. It happens quite a lot. It's a very evil thing, and it's worth noting that the only water in the Valley of Defilement and in the game of Demon Souls that has the plague ailment is the water that is right next to Maiden Astraea, right in front of her basically, right across from her with the filthy ones in it. It's almost as though that water is especially cursed. But we learn that Maiden Astraea has a connection to plague. Her soul can be given to Sage Freke to obtain the spell Death Cloud, which is a very powerful spell in the game in Demon Souls. It's a status ailment that causes plague. And the significant thing about this spell is that in the details it says, it is natural that those who take in all that is impure are themselves the most impure at all. So Maiden Astraea is impure. She is taken in impurity, and from her comes plague. Basically, Maiden Astraea believes the solution to the poor and the destitute in the Valley of Defilement is to destroy them. It's to offer them death and have them offer up their souls and just cease existing. That's her solution. That's her salvation, so to speak. So she's quite an evil character. But in the Demon Souls community, act as though somehow God is cruel and Maiden Astraea is just doing a good thing by taking souls. I'm quite literally, I'm not joking. If you're not familiar with the Fromsoft community and the conversations that are had, you'll realize that a lot of people for some reason like what Maiden Astraea did, which is quite evil, I would say, but from their subjective perspective, they don't seem to think so. Now, the Death Cloud is more dangerous than Poison and Acid Cloud, and those are the two spells of the demons under Maiden Astraea. So in my opinion, Maiden Astraea is the nastiest of all those demons in the Valley of Defilement. And personally, I think Demon Souls really did express this to the players, but for whatever reason, the players don't seem to think so. This is why education and knowledge of symbolism and narrative significance, things that are significant to the narratives of the media that we watch, is important. Because sometimes even the viewers show themselves to be dumb. That's very sad. But I don't know how anyone who played this game and really took the time to pay attention to what Maiden Astraea was doing, what she was doing in that swamp, can say, well, Maiden Astraea is a good character. She's some type of heroine. How is she a heroine when they are literally offering her the souls of the people in the valley? They're kidnapping people to sacrifice to this woman. That seems very evil to me, but I don't know what to say. So if Demon Maiden Astraea's soul can be exchanged for the Blue Blood Sword, one of the most OP swords in the game, right? For those who play, they know. A white iron straight sword born from the soul of the Demon Maiden Astraea, the sword of true nobility endowed with the essential powers humans are born with, which increases its attack power. So we would ask, what is the essential power of mankind, of humans? Considering that Astraea's name is related to the stars and her personality is a fatalistic one, I would think it has to do with mankind's connection to fate, and her dialogue states as much. Dear God, have mercy. Is not your banishment of us punishment enough? How long must we weather this cruel fate? Cruel Lord, what more can you possibly take from us? Dear Lord, you are too cruel. You have abandoned us. Is that not punishment enough? Maiden Astraea, demon souls. She considers God to be cruel due to her suffering in a valley that she traveled to of her own volition. In response to her own cruel fate, she has decided to rebel against it. We may say that she sinned. I think the essential power that is spoken of is self-will and ultimately the capacity to sin. The sword is made more powerful as the luck stat increases. Now, luck is an interesting thing. In a few of the FromSoft Souls games, they have indicated that somehow luck is related to mankind in some ways. It's very interesting symbolism, but we know in terms of luck, in terms of fortune, we can compare that to the quote about the goddess Tyche. And we can compare that to the history of fatalism, the stars, the idea that your fate is mapped upon the stars, upon the heavenly expanse, and there's nothing you can do to change it. Some people have that belief, and people throughout history have had that belief to such an extent where they thought you cannot change fate, you cannot change what will happen to you in life, your actions count for nothing. And people were very hopeless. People were very fatalistic. There are some people today, of course, throughout history that, even today, they're still fatalistic people who think that way. There's nothing I can do to change my circumstances. And different cultures in the world practice it more so than others. So this idea of a power in man, what could it be except the will of man to defy fate, to basically, somehow go against nature, go against fate, go against God, and somehow have some lucky result, so to speak, if possible. Or maybe not. Or maybe luck just seems to indicate the futility of fate, and that you can't really have any sort of fortune or pleasure lest it comes to you by the odd chance. But it's very interesting. And FromSoft, they seem to really pay attention to that idea of fortune. And it's something to pay attention to when you're deciphering the symbolism in FromSoft games. Oftentimes you will see one thing from one game that's directly related, or in some cases the same concept as from the previous games. Now, let me see here. The power of humanity is talked about in detail in Dark Souls, and it was associated with darkness and the black flame, as well as weightiness and some other things. And then there's a Velka spell in Dark Souls 1, which has to do with karma. For them, humanity is like some weighty force, dark and heavy. Right? So we have here, this is black flames. And this is Black Flame Frida, which shows this black fire. Pyromancy, discovered by grave wardens after High Lord Warnor fell to the abyss, creates a giant black flame in hand. Black flames born from the abyss bear no shadow. They are said to be the impenetrable fires of humanity. Impenetrable fires. Black flame. Pyromancy, discovered from the abyss by High Lord Warnir, that inspired the black arts of the grave wardens, releases undulating black flames that trace the ground, be it sorcery or pyromancy, all techniques that infringe, or rather encounter or touch upon humanity, lead to the same place. That is to say, they all seek a will of their own. And this is the black serpent pyromancy, and that's very interesting because we know the connection between serpents and man, serpents giving knowledge to man, instructing man to recognize their own divinity and to go against God, that is a whole nother subject that can be covered in the Dark Souls blog and video, because that is very significant in Dark Souls. It has to do with the whole Souls series of games, that idea of man having a will that is opposed to God and seeking their own godhood, which is very interesting. The serpent instructing man to basically achieve their own godhood. It's very interesting. A will against God, I would say. So in Dark Souls, mankind is associated with sin and darkness, seeking to have a will not dictated by the gods. And in the case of demon souls, not dictated by God, because in demon souls they directly say, it's God. There's God and there's the old one. All things in nature have their ways and purposes, but what is the purpose of man, who often has great intelligence and free will? Now, some, people don't have much intelligence, and some people don't really have much free will either, but for the most part, mankind has these two things. He's more intelligent oftentimes than the average animal, and he has the capability to make his own choices and decisions oftentimes. So who can, of his own free will, own free choice, turn away from God, and he can, of his own free choice, turn away from God and, or as some say, defy fate. So we have this from the Book of Enoch, a New English edition of commentary from textual notes by Matthew Black. This is a very good translation to get. It is one of the best translations of the Book of Enoch. If you can find this in PDF forms, please get it. If you can, turn that PDF into a print shop, whether online or in person, and get yourself, and this is for my fellow Christians at least, but really for anyone who wants to read the Book of Enoch. It's quite a significant book, and you might realize that there's a lot having to do with fallen angels, and even a lot of symbolism in this book that is that you may even find in media. It's a very substantial account of the events predating the flood of Noah. The flood in Genesis, rather. Anyhow, if you can get this in paper form, I say this because it is out of print. For the most part, I have not been able to find a print copy, but you can print your own book if you have the PDF file. And there are some pretty good PDF files here on the internet if you look hard enough. Anyhow, the Book of Enoch says, consider all trees, and in all of them green leafage appears and covers them, and all their fruit appears in glorious splendor. Examine and consider all these works of creation, and reflect that the God who lives forever and ever has created all these works, and all his works which he has made forever attend on him year by year, and all his works serve him and do not change, but all perform his commands. See how the seas and rivers together perform and do not change their tasks by abandoning his commandments. But you have changed your works, and have not been steadfast nor done according to his commandments. but you have transgressed against him, and spoken proud and hard words with your impure mouths against his majesty. You, hard in heart, you shall have no peace. The book of Enoch, or that is to say, first Enoch, because there are a few different translations, or rather there are a few different types of books having to do with Enoch, and first Enoch, or 1 Enoch, is the most reliable. It was quoted in the book of Jude in our New Testament. Here we have Sister Fried, and we're going to talk about her, the painted world, and demon souls and some connections. 1 second. Right. So, the painted world in Dark Souls is a narrative equivalent to the Valley of Defilement in Demon Souls. There are 2 lands that the lost and forgotten are relegated to. They're sent there. Sister Frida, or they go there, but in Dark Souls more, they're sort of drawn to the painted world, which is like a painting, and you go in the painting, basically. Very interesting, I would have to say. So there are 2 lands that all the forgotten, the forlorn, all the unwanted go to. Sister Frida in Dark Souls plays the role of a missionary, just like Maiden Astraea. She's a missionary to the painted world. She comes to basically give them a way of life that is like them, which is undeath. I mean, no, she doesn't look like a zombie. That's because they have a special stone that hollows. She's what you call a hollow. She's also what you call, what did they call them? Embered, or a cinder something. Ashen one, or what have you. There are concepts that we will discuss further in the Dark Souls blog, but she's trying to promote a new way of life to them. For the Maiden Astraea, it was basically promoting death. In other words, the Maiden Astraea has basically come there. Maybe she had good intentions at first, but she decided to basically take their souls. Anyhow, Sister Frida and the Sable Church believe in undeath, and their appearance is rotten. She has a special stone that makes her look human and keep her beauty. The people who have played Dark Souls 3, they know what I'm talking about. There's an item that can make you keep a human appearance even though you're hollow. That's what I'm talking about. So anyway, she comes there as a missionary to these very desolate people in the painted world. But she represents the inverse of Maiden Astraea, because whereas Maiden Astraea was trying to take their souls and do the work of the old one, devour their souls is what she was trying to do, this woman decides to let the painting rot instead of burning it away. So in other words, the people are in the painting. Every so often they burn the painting. The painting is like a world, and so if they don't burn the painting, it's going to rot. And one would assume that by burning the painting, you're burning everyone in it. So essentially, it's like death. So you see, Sister Frida is coming here, and she's basically saying, well, you can live even a state of rot, so to speak. Both areas have their similarities. And Sister Frida, just like Astraea has Gaul Vinland as her knight, Frida has someone named Vilheim as her knight, I believe, and they both come and attack the player character. But they both represent their parallels. or rather they're, well, not parallels, but they play the same function. They play the same role in the story. She plays the same role that in a sense, not the exact same role. And there's a parallelism between the two. It's just that many people don't seem to talk about Sister Frida and compare her to Maiden Astraea, but they both, the Painted World and the Valley of Defilement are very similar, and they both serve the same purpose. It's just the solution that Frida and Astraea have to remedying the suffering of the inhabitants differs, along with a few other concepts, mostly having to do with the mechanics of the game, or rather the narrative mechanics of the game. So we have here, and another thing to notice that the people of the Painted World are known as Corvians. They have beaks they have beaks on their faces just like the residents of the Valley of Defilement, although they do look somewhat different. The Corvians sometimes can have wings, and they look a lot more bird-like. But here we have that. All being said, there are further connections that could be. It's just like I've said. I'm planning to make a Dark Souls blog and video eventually. It will take a long time because I'm trying to investigate just about everything that has to do with Demon Souls and Elden Ring. And firstly, I'd probably like to make a blog about Elden Ring first. If things turn out differently, I may make a Dark Souls blog before I make an Elden Ring blog. But I can't really say. But anyhow, we have the two swords, Demon Brand and Soul Brand, which Ostrava tells us about. And they represent to us a duality. When separated and when unified, they represent non-duality. The completed synthesis, named the Northern Regalia. It's the unification of dichotomy and by extension good and evil. And we'll first hear about these two swords from Ostrava. Here in Boletaria, we speak of the legend of the two swords and the last hero. The two swords are Demon Brant and Soul Brant. One sword banishes that which befouls man, and the other sword banishes man himself. The last king is the old King Doran. King Doran is the everlasting one, founder of Boletaria, and protector of the two swords. Ha ha! Of course, only according to legend. But in the dark state of our land, legends are all we can depend upon. Alright. So we have the name Brant. The name Brant means burn in this sense. It would seem, and it pertains to burning demons or burning souls. You have your Demon Brant, you're burning demons. You have your Soul Brant, you're burning souls. You get to get one of the two swords. So that it's a German last name. It has Brant. Has two basic origin theories. First, it is the topographic name for a person who has lived in an area that has been cleared by fire, deriving from the Middle English High German word Brant, from Brennen, meaning the burn. So we have this white one is the Demon Brant, this black one is the Soul Brant. So the demon rending blade passed down through the Boletaria royal family. It is a white blade that forms a matching pair set with Soul Brant. It is particularly effective on demons. Old King Allant spurned the blade for the way its power increased, the less demonic the wielder became. And we have Soul Brant, the soul-rending blade passed down to the Boletaria royal family. It is a black blade that forms a matching pair set with demon bront. After Allant rose to the throne, it was always in the king's hands. Old King Allant favored the blade for the way its power increased. The demonic wielders, the more demonic the wielder soul became. So in other words, this has to do with world tendency. That's a mechanic in the game. If you do evil things, if you kill NPCs, and you basically, the more NPCs you kill, basically the more your world tendency becomes black. So when your world tendency becomes black, and you, for example, if you die in body form in the game, your world tendency can become black. And that was a weird thing in Demon Souls. That was pretty amazing at the time for a lot of players, was that the more you lost in body form, the more you would change the tendency of the world to black. And when it was black, the enemies got harder and people would just attack you. NPCs would attack you. And usually your world tendency would become white depending on how many demons you fought, and a few other things. If you would kill the archdemons and a few different things like that. There were different ways to make your world tendency white and black. But those who've played the game know that that's basically like a duality that presented in the game mechanics. So now you have the combined form, the Northern Regalia, the soul-rending blade. Oh no, that's wrong quote. So as you can see, it's white and black. Legacy of the old Boletaria kings. The shadow this sword casts is both of the soul bront and the demon bront. Little is known about its origin, even in Boletarian royal family lore, but it is said that to have been left in the world along with the old one for malicious purposes, which is very interesting that there's malicious purposes for why this was left here. And we know the only entity that could have left the old one in the world is God. So that's interesting that they're saying that. But anyhow, we'll learn as we learn more about that as we continue to read. The Northern Regalia, with its white and black, symbolizes the concept of wholeness of reality, the convergence of good and evil, God and the old one, light and darkness. It represents the sameness of all elements of reality. King Allant purposely shows a sword associated with demons and evil because he was demonic in nature and intended to behave likewise and thus strengthen the blade. He has a small amount of dialogue, but it does reveal a good deal about his character. So this is what he wields. He does not want to wield the demon brand. He doesn't want to burn away the demon in himself. He wants to burn away the human part of himself. He wants to become a demon. He wants to be reborn as a demon. So King Allant says when we reach the end of the game, and he's also referred to as true King Allant because there's a fake King Allant in the game that you fight before you fight true King Allant. But anyhow, he says, surely you have seen for yourself the pain and suffering that fills this world, but fight poison with poison. God is merciful and so created the old one. The old one will feed upon our souls and put an end to our tragic realm of existence. I have had enough of this rotten world. You fool, don't you understand? No one wishes to go on. So, life and existence itself he considers it futile. As far as he's concerned, life is suffering. People are suffering. And therefore, the only solution to suffering is destruction of all things. In that sense, quite frankly, he's not that much different from the demon Maiden Astraea. They both have the same outlook and perspective. Now, as for his appearance, it is black and melted. If you didn't see it, it looks really nasty. It brings to my mind the alchemical concept of Negrito. It's the first stage of creating the Philosopher's Stone, basically. When the silver or gold and silver, which are mixed together, along with the antimonial water mixed with antimony and iron, and some type of substance that can dissolve gold. What happens is that when this gold is being melted, it's black. These people who practice alchemy used to consider that basically breaking something down to the point where you can get to its essence, so you can draw out its very spirit. So if you look at the body shape of the true King Alon, he looks like feces. He looks like, sorry to be graphic for people, but this is indeed alchemical symbolism, in a sense. If it is indeed, it's excrement. It's excrement. So, Negrito's the first stage. It's black. A stone of which has, so the Philosopher's Stone is a stone which has many meanings and utilities attached to it. Some of which are turning base metals into gold, evolution of matter, spiritual ascension, immortality, among other things. Now, the spiritual ascension aspect of the Philosopher's Stone has to do with those who apply alchemy as a religion. On a purely physical sense, it really does have to do with turning a metal into gold, transmuting a metal into gold. And on a real physical sense, it has to do with drinking a type of metallic potion or elixir that can extend life, that can extend the lifespan. And whether you want to believe the stories of people who've lived for 1,000 years or not, I can't really speak up on the subject. No one really can. But from what I've read, they can only extend their life so long with this metallic substance. Many people have died drinking them. It's very dangerous to drink a metal substance like this. Many people who drink such, and of course there are people who drink things of silver and metal, such as gold, or out of copper vessels. They usually drink small extracts. I'll just put it that way. But that's a whole different subject for another time. But what we need to know is that excrement is the symbol of Negrito. It's the symbol of breaking something down. King Alon is being broken down. That is what's happening, it would seem. So it seems as though he's being digested and transmuted into something else. Either he's being absorbed into the old one, or he's being transformed. So whatever it is, it looks as though it's being melted down. So this is the first stage of the alchemical process, which is often associated with chaos, darkness, which is exactly what the old one is associated with. Chaos and darkness. A black void. It's very interesting. So, what is common between all three of the individuals? All three of the humans who became demons. Not the dragon god, not the storm king, who were creatures. We're talking about the humans. We're talking about Maiden Astraea, the old monk, King Allant. They all took a pact with the old one to collect souls for him. They all sacrificed their humanity. They all had a demonic nature. So it is reminiscent of a pact with Satan, who the old one in some sense seems to represent. If there's God and demon souls, if there's a representation of God and demon souls, then there's also we would think the old one would basically be equivalent to Satan. He has people who make pacts with him. He has people who collect souls for him. It's very interesting. So here we have a quote from the Book of Black Magic and Pacts by author Edward White himself, a famous occultist. The Grimorium Verum does not, however, entertain more largely upon the question of a compact with Satan or his ministers, though it may perhaps be inferred from its pages that all commerce with evil spirits is founded upon a law of exchange. They can be bent to the intention of the operator, but it is on the express understanding that they are satisfied for their part. And these kinds of creatures give nothing for nothing. Demon Souls has presented some fundamental magical truths about magical practices that most people, they're entirely unaware of it. Most folks don't know anything about magic that exists on a liminal plane. In other words, one of these, namely, basically, that magic exists on a liminal plane, or a state between physical and non-physical reality. That according to alchemical doctrine, all existence is one thing, the one thing. That the presence of spirits, or rather demons, thins the veil between our world and the spiritual plane, which is conducive to the most powerful magic, as we reviewed in part 1. Sage Freke called that weakened veil a state of heightened reality. That is to say, a state in which the effect of thoughts and intentions is more tangibly expressed. That pacts may be made with demons based upon a law of exchange, in which something must be sacrificed in order to receive something in return. So, they present God and the old one as though they are two separate aspects of the same thing, or that they perform work in unison. God representing order and the old one representing chaos, such that God creates complexity in life and the old one consumes life, returning all things to a primitive chaos, ending all distinction, all differences, all individuality. God then is not opposed to the old one, but rather, it seems, they behave in a cyclical fashion, just like the Ouroboros. The Ouroboros eats itself. The Ouroboros eats the world. The Ouroboros devours. It's just like in the book of Genesis. It is said, God says to the serpent, "You shall eat dust." What is the earth made of? Dust. What is man made of? Dust. Earth. He eats all things. He eats the world. This is an old story. The dust-eating serpent. The serpent that eats the world. You can find it in Norse mythology. You can find it in the Christian religion. You can find it in many different types of occultism all over the world. It's quite incredible. They all talk about the serpent. Furthermore, demon souls presents reality as being non-dualistic, good and evil. can be conjoined and considered equal in purpose, hinted at through item descriptions and dialogue, though not stated outright. Every Souls game that has been released thus far by Fromsoft has had exoteric and esoteric aspects in them. That is to say, open, manifest, plain, as well as hidden, sort of cloaked aspects in the game. The majority of players easily understand the exoteric aspects and either do not recognize the esoteric aspects or else misunderstand them. There's hidden aspects to these stories, quite literally. Symbolically, there is a threefold purpose behind having an esoteric subtext, rather something underlying the story, something underlying the narrative, something underlying the art in a piece of art as I see it. Firstly, to communicate a message to an audience initiated in some form of occultism such as symbolism, alchemy, and so forth. Secondly, to hide a message from a profane or vulgar audience that is deemed unworthy of knowing the message. Thirdly, and this has the most significant implications, to influence the subconscious mind of an audience, even if they don't understand the art. It will still affect how they think and behave without them, and being aware of any change. So basically, to hide, to communicate something to people who do know what is being conveyed, and to educate the subconscious mind. Those are the three purposes that I can think of having to do with keeping something entirely hidden in media. A lot of folks, they know there's plenty of hidden symbolism in Dark Souls, but they don't care to think about it deeply, and they don't think about the reason why there's hidden symbolisms put into the games in the first place. It's a statement by the artist. The artist is making a statement, and the question that you should be asking as the viewer, if you have much sensibility to understand that whatever message they're conveying affects you, whether you like it or not, it affects your mind in some way. Scientifically, it already has been proven. It has already been said. The subconscious mind is basically infinite. It can store infinite amounts of information. You see something that's symbolized, that has some symbolism attached to it, and you don't know what it means, or there's some type of message behind it, you may not even understand what it means, but it still affects you subconsciously. This is exactly how propaganda works, oftentimes. So honestly, a great deal of media, especially in video form, affects the subconscious mind. Pictures, moving images, symbols, such as news, movies, and video games. It is a fundamental and pernicious means hurtful element of propaganda. It's very effective. If we know what the media that we consume means, we can safeguard our minds from unwanted influences and subconscious education. This will require us to critique the media that we consume and draw conclusions based on what we discover. My plan is to thoroughly investigate all of the esoteric elements in every Souls game. This will not likely be the last Demon Souls blog. I'm quite surprised by how much I've found. Hopefully, this knowledge will edify you in some way. May you be blessed. Yes, I do plan to go through every one of these games that Miyazaki has made in the Souls series. That's exactly what I plan to do. I plan to go through all of them and reveal esoteric symbolism. I used to, like many folks, watch lore videos. I used to really enjoy them, but I always wondered, I listen to what they're saying, and all I hear is speculation. And I wonder, what is the symbolism? What does this art really mean? What does it mean? None of them could explain to me what it meant. And I mean individuals like, YouTubers like Cassidiv, Aegon of Astora, people like, what's his name, Ashen Hollow, a lot of interesting folks. They've made very long and detailed videos. They really have. And VatiVidya, though I would have to say VatiVidya is probably my least favorite of those people. And he knows something about symbolism because his very avatar is symbolic. He has to have some degree of knowledge regarding magic, or else he just thinks the image looks cool. But I think there's more. I mean, his avatar is covering one eye. If you ever get to take an opportunity to look at his YouTube avatar, please do. I believe he's covering his avatar cover has its right eye covered, which is the sun eye, the solar eye, the eye of Ra, and his left eye is revealed. It could be vice versa, I can't say, but we've reviewed that symbolism quite a lot in many of my blogs. We've reviewed it a great deal. It's just, I decided to do videos about the Fromsoft games, not because I want to discuss the lore. They call it lore. They call the videos they do lore videos. If they were being honest, they would call them what they are. They're speculation videos. There's someone reading item descriptions telling you exactly what the characters say in the game says, but they're not really telling the players anything they don't already know or haven't read in the Wikipedia, in the Fromsoft wikis, which is what everyone uses to complete those games to begin with, because things are so hidden in them. And that's especially in regard to Elden Ring. But I just simply say this. All games, especially the Souls games from FromSoft, are full of symbolism, and they're sending you a very clear message. I should think, and I've said it before, the very clear message they're sending to us here by saying miracles and magic comes from the same place. The Old One and God are working together. They might as well tell us in a real world sense, if we're converting the fictional language to a real world sense, they might as well be telling us, we're prescribing to you, the player, the doctrine of non-dualism. Good and evil are the same. God and Satan are the same. Yes, these are valid spiritual concepts, but they are part of one thing. But you won't hear profound conversations like that from many of the people who do most of the Dark Souls and other sorts of videos. A lot of them are atheists. A lot of them are agnostic. I know that Aegon of Astora is one of them. He has a few friends. That he does these videos with. Redgrave, I would have to say, made out of that whole group of people. And to tell you the truth, that group of people, Redgrave, the woman Diana, who makes Medium blogs here on the same subject that I do, which is the Souls games. Of course, I branch my content is branched out from just being about Demon Souls, and it's basically about Japanese media in general, meditations on media, and meditating on media. Basically thinking about it, trying to educate people on how to understand it, what symbolism is behind it. What does the media have to do with magic? What does the media have to do with alchemy and religion? Because I wanted to know. And I did research. I read plenty of books. I got plenty of books. Many of which can be found online if you really search hard enough. Please, people, if you find any book, for example, like this one, you can find this for free. Encyclopedia of Demons in the World Religions or Cultures. Any one of these books you can find. You can, for the most part. Mostly I get my books free from PDF sharing sites. It's not against the law. Plenty of people do it. For me, it's an affordable way to acquire education. And I certainly do. There's so many that you can find without paying a price for. If you like these type of ebooks, PDF files, you can convert PDF files into whatever format you like. And you can use it on different devices if you know how to. But this has been, it's been very interesting. But as I was saying, I would have to say, out of that whole group of people, Redgrave was probably, he made the most significant and the most lore. I mean, the way he reviewed Bloodborne, and that was his passion. He really liked Bloodborne, not so much Dark Souls, but Bloodborne. I mean, it was really, now that was something I could watch. He would go into detail about a great deal, though even now, there's a lot those folks did not know about alchemy. And I think at this point, I just feel the need to provide some context regarding alchemy and religion, because no one else is doing it. I see other people. Bob the Hollow. Bob the Hollow is another individual who does Dark Souls lore videos, and Elden Ring, Demon Souls, all of that. But for him and people like Ashen Hollow, they have so much speculation. And I know it's a game, and a lot of it people do for fun. They talk about it for fun, but I have to say, I've played so many of these games, I got kind of tired of not knowing what they meant. And I can say in my opinion, for certain now, I know what the symbolism in Demon Souls and what the symbolism in Dark Souls and Elden Ring mean. And I'm in the process of basically just revealing this information to everyone who wants to know. Maybe you think, well, I can't really sit and watch a 3-hour video or however long these videos are. But this is as much education for myself as it is for you, to be entirely honest. So if you want, you can just watch them in parts. But as for cutting them up into smaller parts, I don't think I'd do that, because this is more of a stream of consciousness, stream of thought. Podcasts, lecture, education, whatever you want to call it. Basically, that's what this channel's about. It's about education. Now, some of my fellow Christians, for example, are very interested in symbolism. They want to know what the symbolism in media means. And I don't know if any of you who are not Christian, who are currently listening to this podcast, to this blog, whatever you would call it, would want to know what media means, what the symbolism behind the media that you watch and consume means. But I can just tell you, there's plenty of Christians like myself who want to know, and we're doing the research and we're sharing amongst ourselves. But basically, this is for anyone who wants to know. This is for anyone who wants to know symbolism in media, to be honest. And oftentimes, I'm quite long-winded in regard to these subjects, but it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's worth my time. Even if one person listens and gains something from it and learns something about symbolism, good. As far as I'm concerned, it's just like Confucius said. Symbols rule the world. There's symbolism in everything. There's symbolism in movies, video games, books, everything. Any art that you engage with has symbolism in it. It simply does. There are many people who want to pretend that symbolism of an esoteric sort is not there. But it is. It simply is. There's a long history that we cannot deny having to do with symbols, having to do with hiding a subtext in a narrative. Art has meaning. Art is not created simply because it looks cool. Now, there may be some people who will say that, but everything, regardless of who creates something, anyone who creates something has created it for a purpose. And I would think that we as consumers of that art, that we as viewers of the art, maybe it would be wise if we wanted to know what the art that we consume means. I mean, the world is full of magic and all of these, or so you would think, if you were to watch all of the movies, the video games, much of the art. It has magical, alchemical, philosophical symbolism that, sad to say, and I'm not speaking in a condescending manner, or at least I'm not trying to. And if I am, please forgive me. I do understand many of my opinions you may not like. But as far as I'm concerned, they have never been said before. I haven't heard them on the internet. I haven't heard one of the Souls game fans talk about symbolism, talk about the real religious and philosophical significance of these games. I haven't. So since no one else is doing it, I'm going to do it. That's how I see it. So if I've offended any one of the persons that I mentioned, and I would say their videos are worth looking at and their blogs are worth reading, but not if you want to understand symbolism. They're not going to really talk very much about, and they don't know much, it would seem, or if they do know something about symbolism, they're not revealing it. There are people I know who know about symbolism in their media. Max Derrett, for example. Max Derrett, maybe you've seen his videos on YouTube. He only, but so long ago, because he wasn't always covering, or rather examining the Souls games, he started to cover them. I know he's covered some things in Resident Evil and Silent Hill, but Max Derrett, he tells you himself, I'm an alchemist. And I've read alchemical books myself. Do I make a practice? No, but if I were to make a practice of alchemy, it would be purely practical alchemy. And that's another thing that we have to do when we talk about these alchemists and people who put it into practice. Some of them used to simply do it on a physical level, on a scientific level. Not all of these people believe in alchemy in a religious sense. Some of them do. Some of them connected to Gnosticism. Some of them connected to a religious worldview. Not all of them have done that. For some people, the symbols simply did represent physical things, such as gold, silver, mercury. All right? Philosopher's mercury, which is a type of composite of silver and metal, of silver and gold, I mean. But, and I've read about the science and practical part of it, the scientific and practical part of it. And I can say that Carl Jung had a big effect on a lot of what we see in media now. Carl Jung, the psychologist, decided to take alchemy and apply it psychologically. Not to say that it had never been applied in a psychological sense, but You see that a lot in media. There is an understanding of a great alchemy of society, of the person, of taking the person as base lead and turning him into gold, or taking the whole society, taking nations and breaking it down and making it into something new. That idea is very prevalent. You might ask the question, why does every Souls game have to do with the destruction of an age, of a world, it would seem, and then the creation of a new world? Not so much in Demon Souls, but especially in Dark Souls, especially in Elden Ring, a new age. Because the age that preceded it must be destroyed. It must be forcefully destroyed, and an age must replace it. I haven't heard many people talk about the implications of that. I hear Miyazaki, you read in interviews, he's talking about death and rebirth. What are the implications behind that? What does he believe in? There's many people who believe in New Age religion. They have the belief that, and many people practice witchcraft, they themselves, as we read a quote here in this blog, they say that they're the agents of change. They work on a liminal reality. They have said, we work with chaos. That's our power. It's not something an atheist, I think, is going to be able to really have a passion for. Such as Aegon of Astora. He has very long, it's relaxing listening to his live streams. He hasn't done a video in a long time. I think he's busy with school. But it's like Kasdov. She's done some very good work in terms of review and symbolism, but it's not enough. It's not really enough. Symbolism is being reviewed, and I just didn't feel satisfied. I said, I'm going to have to really review Dark Souls, Demon Souls, these games, and even manga and other things for myself, because I look at people review them and they have very little to say. For one thing, they want to say only positive things about manga authors, about narratives. But what type of critics are we if we simply say, well, I like everything that's coming out now. I like the narrative. The narrative seems so wonderful to me. I see people, they never complain about the narrative. They never talk about what the narrative means. And I don't even think I'm necessarily complaining so much as I am asking questions about the significance of narratives, about the purpose of a particular narrative and why it's promoted in the way it is. So, for me, this is about learning. I want to learn. What is this philosophy, the philosophical, religious, and ideological grounding of a game like Demon Souls or Elden Ring or Dark Souls, the whole trilogy? There is certainly a prevailing and consistent theme in all of these games. It's not as simple as Miyazaki says, death and rebirth. It is about that, but there are implications behind that. Behind that statement as being sort of a guiding theme towards their work. And I would have to say, I've never heard one person who was a fan of these games say, I wonder what the true significance of hiding so much in the games could be. People say that's just the way the people at Fromsoft work. That's just the way they like to do things. They just simply like to hide so much in their games. But I would say, and not just in Miyazaki's work, because he isn't the only one who does so. You can find the same thing in movies, media, and, to a lesser extent, books, but there's more you can do with visual formats. And there's something very significant about the visual art and hiding something in visual art. All we have to do to see that is look at the art of Leonardo da Vinci. And Leonardo's art it's well known. He hid things in that art. It's a well known truth that he did that, and people have discovered things hidden in the art. So there's a subtext in the narrative that is esoteric. There is also visual art that symbolically represents something else. Quite frankly. So that may not be accepted by all people, but I don't know why anyone would be surprised by it. They've hid so much from you to begin with. Do you really think they wanted you to know what the narratives that they make in the Souls games mean? I just give you my honest opinion. I don't think they really want most people to know what this represents symbolically, what it represents philosophically, what their games represent religiously. I don't think they want people to know. I don't think they care for people to know. I think as far as they're concerned, they would rather people not know. And I think they want a certain type of person to know. And that might be hard for you as the listener to accept. But I'm saying this because many people they don't understand esoteric art. And yes, video games are an art form. This is like going to the art museum and looking at a piece of art, looking at Black Flame Frida and the black fire coming off her. It represents something. And I don't think the Souls players, or just people in general who consume media, actually understand the significance of what they're seeing. Because now that I do, now that I realize a whole worldview is being promoted to me, is influencing me, and I'm being educated in it. But now that I know what it is, now that I know that non-dualism is being promoted, now that I know that they're saying that opposites can be unified into one thing, it doesn't affect me the same way it used to. You see, when mystery is dispelled, something as art is not as enchanting as it used to be. And it's mysterious art. There's a reason that we as gamers or people who've played these games have been so fascinated by them. It is because we don't understand it. It's mysterious. But the interesting thing is, I haven't been able to find one person who has come to the same conclusions. I have found even individuals who have said, well, there's polarity, there's contrast, there's duality in the Souls games. There have been many people who have said that, but they don't acknowledge or talk about the implications of that message. What are the implications of that message? What does it promote? Do most people walk around with an idea and understanding that reality is essentially non-dualistic? How many people who are common, average, everyday people really do believe there's a difference between good and evil? Really do believe that there's a difference between God and Satan? If you play Demon Souls, well, there's no difference between God and the old one. And you could say, well, they're referring to something different. The problem is they really did use the word God. And they know that people believe in God in a monotheistic or a monolatry. In other words, there are people who really do worship one God in the supreme sense. And Demon Souls, whether we like it or not, made a statement. Whether people are willing to acknowledge that Fromsoft developers and writers and the people who worked on this game made a statement about religion, philosophy, ideology, and the world in general, They did. They did. And the symbolism is a testimony to that. The symbolism presented in these games are testimony to that. You can go through every single name and associate it with the role of the character. You can go through shapes, geometric shapes, art, everything. Positions, right and left, all types of symbolisms in these games. From flowers, especially Elden Ring, it's going to be quite a joy looking at the symbolism of all the different types of Elden Ring flowers. But and not to say that symbolism is peradventure evil. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we're all going to have a different understanding. Or rather, I would say we'll all have a different understanding. We'll all have a different opinion. We'll all have a different worldview. But it's better we understand the symbolism than not understand it. Why would you want to engage with a piece of art actively even, as a video game, or what have you, and not know what it means? I feel so much better that I know what the symbolism in this game means. I do. And hopefully I can share that joy with you folks as well, regardless of whatever ideological position you may have. That's fine. This is a show, a series about symbolism. That's what it's about. So I am planning to leave no stone untouched, unturned rather, unturned, not untouched, touching all stones. But anyhow, this is, in all likelihood, I'm going to do another Demon Souls blog, probably at least one more. I can't say when I'm going to do that. Nothing really is going to be in order, to be honest. But yes, as I said, it cannot harm any of us to know the truth regarding the symbolism of our media. If you like to meditate on media, this is the channel for you. If you like to meditate on media, this is the blog for you. Wayward Ascetic, as you can see before you. If you like to listen to the story, right up here. They have some of the best voices that you can find. AI voices. If you just want to just purely read or just purely hear the story, not my commentary, you can do that as well. But in the videos, as I've said before, I share my commentary. We contemplate the meaning of media, the implications, and we review the symbolism. So, as always, it's a pleasure. It's quite enjoyable. Hopefully, the audio has been fixed and the audio is not as bad as it used to be. I'm using Voice Meter now. Voice Meter. So, it might help. It might not. I just hope that you can listen to it, understand it. I hope it is as pleasurable for you as it is for me. May you be blessed in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.